I can't believe I believed everything we had was less. So young and naive of me to think she was from your past. Silly of me to dream of one day having your kids. Love is so blind, it feels right when it's wrong. I can't believe I fell for your skin. I'm smarter than that. Something naive to believe that with me you're a changed man. Foolish of me to compete when you cheat, we'll lose one win. It took me some time, but now I'm gone. Because I realize I got myself and that's all I got in the end. That's what I found out, and it ain't no need to cry. I took a vow that from now on I'm gonna be my own best friend. Be myself and that's all I got in the end. That's what I found out, and it ain't no need to cry. I took a vow that from now on I'm gonna be my own best friend. Controlling and you say that you love me, but you don't. Your family told me one day I would see it on my own. Next thing I know, I'm dealing with the 3 kids in my own. Love is so blind, it feels right when it's wrong. Now that it's over, stop calling me. Come pick up your clothes. Ain't no need to front like you're still with me. All your homies know. Even your very best friend tried to warn me on the low. Took me some time, but now I am strong. Because I realize I got myself and that's all I got in the end. That's what I found out, and it ain't no need to cry. I took a vow that from now on I'm gonna be my own best friend. Be myself and that's all I got in the end. That's what I found out, and it ain't no need to cry. I took a vow that from now on I'm gonna be my own best friend. Got me, myself, I know that I will never disappoint myself. All the ladies, if you feel me, help me sing it out. I'm still with you. Yeah, you hurt me, but I learned a lot along the way. After all the rain, you'll see the sun come out again. Hey, I know that I will never disappoint myself. I'm crying. All the ladies, if you feel me, help me sing it out. I'm still with you. You hurt me, but I learned a lot along the way. After all the rain, you'll see the sun come out again. I beat myself and that's all I got in the end. That's what I found out, and it ain't no need to cry. I took a vow that from now on I'm gonna be my own best friend. Be myself and that's all I got in the end. That's what I found out, and it ain't no need to cry. I took a vow that from now on I'm gonna be my own best friend.
Cheese. His name is Cheese.
They say they don't fuck with me, but I say they can't fuck with me. Just like the girl, I'm everywhere. How you say it so
Shit, you would think I went to school for chiropractic. Looking good as hell today, just sent my nigga 5 Why'd you come from me about a nigga, man? You bitch back for that. Come at me about niggas who I don't even find attractive. I don't know that nigga, I just seen them on the town before. I can't be up in her face, I took her nigga down before. When I lose a nigga, I just pop out and go find some more. Soon as I feel like my time get wasted, then it's time to go. They say they don't fuck with me, but I say they can't fuck with me. Just like the girl, I'm everywhere. How you say it so with me? Them bitches should've stayed down. They could've been up to me, but all they doing is talking down. Cause they can't get up with me. My ex fucking on my old friend. Both they had some fucking clowns. Thinking that she got one up on me, she got my hand me down. He thought he wasn't gon' have to stand on shit like he was handicapped. Made that nigga stand on it. Now his ass can't stand me now. High as fuck, I'm lit, yo. I don't smoke no sweet stuff. Slime with my gang and them. Look at them like sisters. Some bitches be lame, they go outside about these niggas. I don't wanna hang with them. They don't have no business. They be going for anything, but I can't go for none of that. Why would I go chase you if I know you gon' come running back? Cut everybody off, they been feeling like the lumberjack. They really get me fucked up, and now I'm going for none of that. She the type of nigga make her mad, she going too soon. Me, I'm kinda ratchet still, so I'm the type of beast. I can't love you, baby, like your bitch do, so don't leave her. You gon' choose her every time, cause it's cheaper to keep her. Can't say your name up in my songs, might not fuck with you tomorrow. Can't get my feelings hurt today, I won't give a fuck tomorrow. Ain't fucked up by no credit score, I might be rich as fuck tomorrow. Every day the sun won't shine, but that's why I love tomorrow.
Riding with my twin and them, and we all look graceful. She said she my eye, but I don't know her. Had to look her up. I know that I'm rich, but I can help it, bitch. I'm good as fuck. I've been on these bitches next so long, sometimes I'm fucking stuck. I can put you in my best. You might wish me gut tomorrow. Bitches be on thick today, sing every word of up tomorrow. Bitch, I still got cases open, keep your mouth shut tomorrow. Play with me today, then get some sleep, you know it's up tomorrow. Fake bitch, that's why my friend fucked on your nigga. Both you bitches pussy, I think y'all should scissor. She bought a chain, I bought the same one, even bigger. She doing shots, that's how I know I got a trigger. I don't speak dog ho, I don't care what no bitch say. I stay on her mind, I got condos in that bitch head. She said she don't fuck with me, who say that you can't hold? That nigga munching, he gon' eat me like a mango. Long ass feet, they be tickling my ass crack. Wonder what I do tomorrow that these hoes will be mad at. Oh yeah, bitches sweet, and I always get my lick back. I fight for my bitches and I'm fighting over dick.
Can't say your name up in my songs, might not fuck with you tomorrow. Can't get my feelings hurt today, I won't give a fuck tomorrow. Ain't fucked up by no credit score, I might be rich as fuck tomorrow. Every day the sun won't shine, but that's why I love tomorrow. Can't say your name up in my songs, might not fuck with you tomorrow. Can't get my feelings hurt today, I won't give a fuck tomorrow. Ain't fucked up by no credit score, I might be rich as fuck tomorrow. Every day the sun won't shine, but that's why I love tomorrow. Doctor.
Good afternoon, people. Somebody let me know that I sound okay. Hi. Hi, PJ. What's going on? Mitch says, how long these intros be? Hi. How you doing? Okay, we don't even know you. You just coming on in here demanding shit. Hi, good afternoon, sir. The fuck? What's wrong with y'all? Anyway, what's up, Joshua? PJ says I'm crystal clear. Okay, so Joshua doesn't have a lot of time today, so I just kind of want to get to my questions. I could pop my ish later because I have a lot of things to say. Okay, but that's not important right now. So, Josh, is it okay to bring you up? Just write me in the back chat or something. Okay, what's going on, Joshua?
How's it going?
Going well. Oh, you sound really loud and clear. What you got something different going on today?
I don't, not intentionally. It's just a laptop.
Well,
Maybe
sounds
I'm sit, maybe I'm sitting different. Maybe I'm tired. I don't know. It's been a long day.
yeah, for me too. I don't feel the best. So we're not gonna be here that long. Joshua has about an hour with us. So I'm gonna skip the monologue for now and I could get to that when he leaves. So what I wanted to talk to Joshua about today was I just have some questions to like further get into some of the things we spoke about yesterday because when I listen back to the show, it's like my mind gets flooded with more questions, more questions, more questions. So I just have a bunch of questions about some of the stuff we already spoke about, but I want him to elaborate some more. And then Joshua, I think you said you wanted to address some things. Is that right?
Yeah, there was a couple things. I'll get there if I can remember them.
Let's start with you can start with that. What do you want to address?
Um, well, so it's been a lot of damn weird conversations about the concept. I keep hearing the idea of you can't beat the system, so why try kind of thing. That's a weird defeatist mentality I've ever had or I've
Absolutely.
ever heard.
Absolutely.
And I say that because I don't mind what women say. To me, no offense, right? I never really care too much what women have to say, and that men ought not base their lives on it. But when men sit up and basically just say, "Okay, well, we're in the system, or we're inside of a system that's rigged against us," right? I was raised up, and maybe it's exclusive to me, but I was always raised up to believe that it don't matter. You don't stop fighting until your last breath, regardless. I don't understand the conversations that revolve around that one. Every time I hear it, I kind of cringe a little bit.
Me too. I don't understand it either. And that's actually well I'll put a pin in that. Anything else you wanted to address?
Well, there was a concept of a conversation yesterday. I still haven't gotten a valid answer to that one about. So, one of the tenets that Republicans have, I wouldn't say it's Christian nationalism specifically, but it would be Republicans, that there's a firm belief that myself as a parent ought have like like a totalitarian view on how my children are raised, aka what they're taught at
Sorry.
what they're you're
Sorry.
okay, like what they're taught in school. And I cannot understand what, while I disagree with black culture being taught in public schools, I can't push back on the idea that if there is the case that there's, a population of black people that want that taught in their schools, I wouldn't understand why they wouldn't push for it. To me, that's odd. Because if I wanted it, say like as a white person wanted something, or as a white parent wanted something in my schools, and fight like hell to get it. I don't understand the concept of going against what the parent wants for their child. Because if you don't hold that standard, what you're effectively doing is requesting the state to kind of like basically mandate what is taught to your child. That was the whole point of defeating the federal Department of Education and putting it down at the state, was that it was putting the responsibility on state residents to decide the curriculum.
Okay. Anything else?
Not off the top of my head. You'll have to forgive me. I'm brain dead today. It's
No,
damn
whenever you think of it, feel free to say it. But I just noticed a common denominator with the two things you said you didn't understand. You say you've been hearing conversations about, well, if we can't beat the system, why try? And then you said the perspective of not fighting for Black history in schools. So
Yeah, as a parent, that bothers me that a parent like that there was ever any pushback. I don't care what the hell it is. Like whatever the topic is, I don't understand the pushback of parents want it in their schools. Why the hell is there? Well, what good is it kind of thing? It doesn't matter whether it's fruitful or not. It's what parents want.
so I'm gonna
Then
try to speak on behalf of the Black community. So I do understand this. The general idea is that why do you want white people who tend to not tell the truth any damn way teaching your Black kids Black history, right? So to be fair, I understand that somewhat. However, like I said yesterday, if your kids have to be in this place anyway, and these people are giving them information anyway, yes, I would still want some type of representation of Black history being taught to them anyway. That doesn't stop you after from correcting or expanding upon or teaching the totality or whatever you want to do. But I think it's important for them in school to have that representation and to be taught about not only everybody else's history, but their own. I'm with you. I don't understand that shit. I don't understand.
I don't know. I guess it's just I'm still stuck on the idea that if you ain't willing to fight for your kids, what the hell? I don't care whether I agree with it or not. Like whatever the education is, if you're not willing to, if you want your children raised in a certain way, but that just it's just odd to me. I really cannot wrap my head around this. What's the point of having kids then?
Yeah, you can't wrap your head around the defeated mindset. People who don't have that usually can't. Because I agree with you. That's all that sounds like to me. It's too accepting, too passive, just too like allowing everyone else to dictate what goes on with you and yours. Like
Sure.
like that whole what you said about, well, if we can't beat the system, why try? That reminds me of the other day when I was being met with arguments. All right, so how 44 million Black people gonna conquer? And it's like, whoa, who said all of that? Like, damn. So there's no room for improvement. You just jump to, well, if we can't conquer them and we can't get rid of it, don't try. Like that defeated weak ass shit. I don't understand it. So this leads to one of my questions for you though.
Oh shit. Okay.
No, this is good because yesterday you said something about low self-esteem with Black people. You said as an outsider looking in. Can you say it again? What you said exactly?
So, as an outsider, oh, okay. So, like, as an outsider looking in, like, so this goes back to the, I guess, the Black history education thing. I don't know exactly what it is, but I would assume that it's kind of, at the very least, it's a self-esteem uh, building kind of curriculum. Like, ultimately, you have to figure out who you are, right? Somebody's got to teach you that kind of concept. If that's not taught, and then you're just basically um, like basically grouped in the pot of smorgasbord of everything that we are in the United States, how can you not have self-esteem issues that come out of that?
Absolutely, but I'm asking you, what have you observed personally that made you make that statement that you said from
The
the outside?
the the the
Yeah.
the, the, the defeatist mentality
Mm,
that was the thing that it. I chewed on it last night. I was like, it doesn't make sense to me, right? But I can only identify the byproducts. And the defeatist mentality is a thing that as men, we're not supposed to basically just lay down and take whatever's coming our way. You disagree with it, you have no choice. You have to fight.
so that was the only thing, like the defeatist mentality that you hear from some of the men led you to think that Black people have a self-esteem issue.
I think so. I mean, that's kind of the conclusion I'm starting to get.
Hmm. I have no comment about that. I think when it's time, maybe there's a Black man who would be better suited to have that conversation with you. But I honestly don't disagree. I don't, like, just from my outside looking in too, because I'm not a Black man. When I hear those defeated mentalities, I can't help but think the same thing. I don't really understand either. Um, there was something else. Oh, I wanted you to articulate into about something you said. You said there's a misconception that you can't collaborate with your enemies. Can you explain that?
So it doesn't okay. So like you and I, right? We pretty much polar opposite in political views, spending views, like across the board. I mean, I don't really God, you're a girl, I'm a guy. I mean, everything about us is kind of like polarizing, right?
Completely, yes.
Right. So the idea that we can actually get down on a panel and actually have the discussion, because for me, like I'm definitely about I want to have the discussion because I really want to understand a thing that I don't understand, right? So we can actually get together and work together, even though politically we're polar opposite, culturally we're polar opposite. We don't have the same interest, right? Like, across the board. So the idea that we could actually get together and work together, um, it's like it's strange to me. Like it's strange to me that people don't do it. What's the point? I'm getting something out of it. I believe Venus is getting something out of it. To me, it's the idea of you can work with. So for lack of a better term, you can work with the enemy to acquire the thing that you desire.
And I want to stay there because you mentioned that on in the political realm, right? Like
Right.
yesterday when I spoke to you about Project 2025, because I'm just not familiar, right? And I'm
Right.
like, oh, are all of these things that Christian nationalists want? You said no. However, there's enough there that's beneficial to me, so I'll get on board with it, kind of thing, right?
Yes. Yeah. There's always a trade off. You have to give something to get something. So if you have a political agenda, you're going to have to work with people you completely disagree with to get where you need to be.
And so you were saying that it's puzzling to you that you see black people specifically not understand this concept, right?
Yeah, from a tactical position, it's back to the whole concept of okay, well, I can't get anything now, or I can't just fuck off and separate. But to me, is how do you defeat an enemy that you don't know what it is?
Listen, this is why you are here. I'm starting to really believe this. The people who are choosing this denial is because they are defeated mentally, and so they've come to this place where they feel like, well, there's nothing I can do about it. So it's kind of, if I pretend it's not happening, it's just not real to me. Then I don't have to address it. Then I don't have to deal with it, right? So I understand some of them are choosing like willfully obtuse. It's very intentional. But I'm with you. Like one of the reasons I wanted to talk to you because when you explain to me like the whole Christian nationalist agenda and
Mhm.
how these people, like you said, you guys, you intend to pack branches of the government, which you are kind of already doing, right?
Correct. An example would be who's on the news currently. Johnson is the House Speaker. Now, obviously, we don't have like membership cards out there, but I'm pretty convinced that he's a Christian nationalist because of his stance of, or his public stance for the last, I don't know, 8 years, not wanting, or he basically opposes the separation of church and state. So I'm pretty damn sure that he's a Christian nationalist, and that is a that is a very key position for House when it comes down to bill proposals and things like that. Like he pretty much, I can't say that he like legally he can't just like veto and throw a bill out the table, right? But he can lock it up to where it'll never go anywhere. So you have a controlled opposition just in that position itself. He could basically anything that he deems to disagree with, he can unilaterally on his own tie it up so much that it'll never go anywhere in the next 5 years.
Right. So what I was getting at was how how well thought out you guys are. And I don't just mean Christian nationalists. I mean Republicans, maybe some Democrats, like whatever. People who are just very intentional about having an end goal, right? And
Yes.
I wanted to kind of speak about that more because I don't think people are having the foresight they need to when they're getting on board with people like you, right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, because in their mind, well, he's a Republican, I'm a Republican, let's do it. But in my mind, when I get to talking to you and see like down the line the things you're pushing for, I have enough sense to know, oh shit, as a black woman, this is going to be harmful to me.
Should be.
Right. I would not support that shit. See what I'm saying? But
Right.
they're not thinking down the line the way you guys are. Like, you know what I'm saying? And while simultaneously, you guys are putting people in place. Like, it's not just a conversation for you all. This is the thing I think people don't understand. It's just a conversation for me. It's not just a conversation for people who represent your group. They're actively being put in positions all throughout the branches of the government. Wow. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't,
Yeah.
I don't wonder if people are understanding the shit they're supporting.
I think it has a lack of I'm going to call it a lack of an imagination, because you have to have experience with it.
I call it lack of foresight.
Sure. I'm going to call it a lack of an experience, simply because you look, your first step in having a goal is to figure out the direction you want to go. I claim this is a really hard conversation, right? But we've been doing this for hundreds of years. So for us, this is just another Monday morning, right? It's just nothing to us. However, I can't understand why the black community is not getting together and at the very least hammering out standards that they want within their community.
If I could give a short answer, some of it, in my opinion, is this desperation for proximity to whiteness, right? Like, see me, Joshua, black woman, I don't have that. I don't care about that. I don't look at white people as they're better than me. I don't have this need to be accepted by you. Like, I don't exist that way, right? But then there are black people who do. So if you have two completely different ideologies within a group, I'm definitely not getting on board with that shit. And they're most likely not gonna want to get on board with like the pride and the race and all that like that I have. They don't, like you said, you noticed a lot of low self-esteem about the race. So
Right.
when you have two different ideologies existing, that's probably why. If I could just take one quick guess, we have to like they have, in my opinion, come to terms with who they are and stop trying to like stop being so desperate to be accepted by everybody else. In my opinion, that's just my opinion.
Yeah, that whole my reputation matters kind of thing, to me, that's just odd. I thought high school ended long time ago. So the idea it doesn't matter what people think of you. It matters what the hell you do. Just hands down, this is what life is generally about.
That was one of my things I wanted you to elaborate on too from yesterday when you said, what did you say? You said from the outside looking in, when they're looking at black people, it seems like they care more about their reputation than their self.
Than their own family.
Yeah, you said they care more about their reputation than their own self survival or something like that.
Oh, their own survival. Yeah, survivability. It's this. Okay, right. So I will grant you that probably about 5% of the streams that I see, the discussions, they're all talking about, like, let's just say business. Let's say there's a few that are actually pushing politics. They're very few, but there are a few. Stocks, like pretty much whatever you can get into to kind of like economically advance, right? So there's a little bit of that, but the vast majority of the conversation just boiled down to blame. Like they instantly just turn into, what about this topic, turns into what aboutism, who's to blame? Okay, so even if it's the case, here, I'll sit here and concede the whole concept of, okay, yeah, it's all white people's fault. What are you going to do about it? So you pointed the finger at me. What are you going to get out of that? What are you going to possibly do? And that's what it is. There's a lot of, I'm saying a good 10% of the population from what I can see are hyper focused on going into a direction. In my mind, it's a little unclear where that direction is, but at least it's something, right? Like it's doing something. There's a focus on an action, right? Vast majority, nope. It's all about, I've got to look like the good guy. I've got to be accepted here in this group. Like it's just high school to me all over again.
I 1000%.
So when I hear people talk about leadership, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of funny to me because it's like, what are you talking about leadership?
Why you say that?
Well, because it's just talk. From what I can see, the vast majority of it, it's just talk. Everybody wants to talk themselves into a leadership position, right? Usually, it would be the case that any leader is basically based on action. You're doing something, and people just randomly follow you.
Mm.
Here, it's exactly like the red pill movement, the whole like battle of the sexes, right? It ain't about talking a woman into, hey, like me. You just go about your business, you do, and eventually a woman will follow you. It ain't much more complicated than that. The idea of like, I don't know, arguing with a woman to agree with you, I don't even know what the hell that is. And just to be fair, right, I'm married, right? I come home, my wife just, oh God, she will jump on her menstrual cycle and run my ass over. It's an argument, right? Like, but that's normal. But that's not how you get them. So I don't understand it. Like, to me, it's a whole lot of talk. It's a whole lot of fluff of, I'm leader, hear me talk. Everybody wants to talk themselves into a leader position. It doesn't work that way. It has to be an action. You have to be doing something.
Give me 1 second. Sorry. You know, with all of this, I have a very clear intention and interest. I'm gonna say it for the people who don't understand. I don't really care about any of this, Joshua.
Sure.
What I care about is how it affects Black people. Bottom line, right? So everything you say about what Republicans want or what Christian nationalists want, my brain is looking for is, okay, how does this impact my community? Is that fair?
Oh, I don't see how anything doesn't impact the Black community.
So
Like I don't even understand how that like can't have an effect.
exactly. So I wanted to get into some more of that because I know you don't have a lot of time today. But the people, excuse me, I've seen a few people having some commentary about the shows you and I have been doing, right? And
Yes.
they seem to be consistently missing the plot. But again, these are weak ass, defeated ass men who I understand they can't accept the truth because then they would then have to do something about it, and they know they can't. So it's just like deny, deny, deny. But for the people who really do not understand what my intentions are, those are my intentions. I only care about how these things that are currently happening and that are in the Project 2025 that are planned to happen, how they directly affect the Black community, right? So that is my intention. So I wanted you to go over, because you mentioned like some of your agendas. Like yesterday, you mentioned like if we were to completely have our way, right? One of
Okay.
the things would be women can't vote, and that would be appealing to some of our men, right?
Yeah.
But the fact they don't realize is another standard would be married, own land, own property, and so somewhere down the line, their right to vote will be disqualified also.
Yeah. If they're not going to basically, so like it would be the case that if red pillars are like, well, women ain't going to act right, right? So we're just going to, I don't know, go somewhere else, or I don't know what the alternative is, right? But yes, because they're not married, they also would lose that right to vote because we in stakeholder voting.
But this is my point. Like, no one's thinking past the next step. You guys looking way into the future. They looking at tomorrow, right? But my mind works kind of like yours, to be honest, because I'm like, wait. So what does that mean for them eventually? If these standards have to be met, your ass will be disqualified a little bit after.
Yeah, if you're a bachelor in our society, you're just useless. If from our metric of measure.
What
You,
else? Oh, you mentioned some other tactics, right? Like one thing I found very problematic, right? And this is before I had the understanding that I'm getting now. I just when I see Black people hyper focus on negative statistics, I understand how harmful that is, but they don't seem to understand. So yesterday, can you talk about when you said one of the tactics we would do, and this is what I mean by things would affect you by default because you're black, right?
Mhm.
So nothing in the excuse me, none of your agendas outright say we're against black people, right? But when I actually get into your agendas, by default they will be. Another thing was being anti-democrat, right?
Yes.
Just common sense.
But
If
by default, that would eliminate 90% of the black population if they're registered Democrats.
exactly. So there's that. And you said there's a whole list that the Republicans are putting together of all of the registered Democrats, right, in the country.
Not the Republicans. There's like fringe groups, or talking about like my group, where I'm a far right extremist. There's three groups or three websites that are collectivizing. They're basically going through each county and writing scripts that poll those voter registration numbers and publishing them. It's basically like taking. So your voter registration is one per county. I don't know how many counties there are in the United States, but let's just say it's a couple million, right? And putting it into a centralized list. That's the goal for it. So it's basically, it's like calling it a shit list.
Mm. And you said yesterday, like, there's several. So, right. So, this is my point. They'll hear, oh, it's anti Democrat and I'm a Republican, so I'm good. No, dummy. 90% of your population is Democrat. What the fuck? Like, that includes your family, your friend. I don't understand the lack of foresight. This shit weird to me. But you mentioned it's easy to go after the children or something like that, right? Like,
Okay, so it's easy. It's easy to go after children and old people. There's just basically everybody that can't fight back to some format or another, right?
this is something Christian nationalists or Republicans don't have an issue doing at all.
Pretty much, yeah.
So
I mean,
you mentioned one of the things they would do, which I've clearly seen, but for the people who want to help you guys do that, who are black, blowing my fucking mind. You mentioned yesterday that like over emphasizing negative crime stats about or any negative stats about black people, right?
reputation tactic. So like, so that I talked about like the self-esteem. It could be the case that we overuse that tactic to because I don't really understand why people are like, oh well, you know, the statistics are here and everything. Yeah, they're kind of hyperbolic, right, in very specific cities that are generally Democrat led, right? It's a political agenda, and I would imagine if I'm a black person and I'm listening to this, right, like it's got to be kind of like a self-esteem hit. So I understand why they want to talk about it, but it seems like it just becomes an argument.
Well, so from my view, knowing what you told me, right, as a logical black woman, I understand that there are powers that be that absolutely, like, you, would you call it reputation tactic is what you just called it, right?
Yeah. Like your reputation is the thing that's easy. Among the black community, it appears to me that reputation seems to matter more than self survivalism, right? So if that's
Every
the
time
thing
you
that matters,
say, sorry, every time you say that is the craziest shit in the world. But
right?
yeah,
It's weird to me that you kind of go against your own interest, but I mean, it is what it is, right? But that would be the thing. If the reputation is the thing that matters, then that becomes weaponized. That would be the thing that you would use to try to actually, I guess, attack, belittle, because ultimately what you're trying to do is basically either get people, if you're talking about black people specifically on as a voter base, you either want them to convert from Democrats to Republicans, or you want them to go the fuck away and become completely just innocuous and useless within society, that nobody has a problem with them just going away.
you know, like Adolf did, kind of like that.
Oh yeah, like if you want to do small mustache man, it don't matter the tactics, because at the end of the day, you just can't be around. As I said, pluralism, we don't want to share power.
And so, why I feel black people need to understand how important that is because that affects you in other ways in society, right? Like, if that's the message that's being spread around by the media and now by some of our own people, what does that look like when people go out and seek employment in certain places, right? What does that look like when people want to run for office, right? What does that look like in like different institutions in real life? Enough of that propaganda being pushed.
running for office. Like, okay, let's just say, and I will say that if their voter base, if the black community is 90% Democrat voter base, right? And I all of a sudden hear that, okay, well, this one person happens to be black, decides that they want to run for a political party, just even a local town, right? Obviously, I'm going to use whatever tactic I can to just basically shit on them as best as I could. Whether I have to be deceptive, whether I have to dig in their personal life and try to find skeletons, right? Like the thing within politics is about attacking reputation, right? You don't want this person in office, at least if you're on my side, right? You would absolutely do anything you could to keep this person out of office.
So I was more focused on, I got that part, how this stuff translates. And you might not really even understand because it's just not your world. How
Right.
that stuff translates to regular day-to-day black citizens in terms of how they're treated in institutions, right? Job opportunities, just plainly being discriminated against because, other groups are hearing all that negative propaganda too, right?
DEI is being reversed. So, and it's a slow process, but it's ultimately being reversed. I'm not obligated to have a quota to hire black people. If I don't like you, I ain't gonna hire you. And I don't. Obviously, I can't write on your on the refusal for your application. I can't write because this person's black, right? I can make up whatever excuse I want. This has always been done this way. That's not new. We've always done that.
Right, but before they had to at least meet some type of quota.
Correct.
A minority. Now we don't even have to do that, right?
Correct. Don't have to do it with women. Don't have to do it with minority groups, right? Like we could just make stuff up if we want, which has always been the case. I mean, by definition, this is systemic, right? If you believe that society is a system, then it's systemic, right? You can't get away from that. I don't even see what the hell the problem is because we all basically are inherently trying to promote our own tribe and forget the other tribe. Because at the end of the day, I want mine's, fuck everybody else.
Well, that would be the difference between you and a lot of people, like you said, in my community. I don't disagree with you. I think that makes sense. Now I'll say morally, I disagree with a lot of the shit you're willing to do, right?
Sure.
But I think it's important for everyone to hear because maybe that's the problem. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the problem is they're thinking that everybody's playing a moral game and they're trying to play moral and not understanding like, nah, that's not what's going on.
It could be the case. I don't know. The concept of ethics is strange to me, right? Because I don't, well, obviously from my non-religious standing, right? Ethics don't mean shit to me. Like I don't believe in the idea of rules and warfare. However, that wouldn't be most Christian nationalists. I just don't see why they would have the same ethical standards as any other group, right? Because ultimately, what you're trying to do is get your own policies, your own agenda to be put in power, which is exclusionary by definition.
I just think some people feel like you can be exclusionary and still not completely oppressive. Like the idea that about what you guys want to do, right? Like you want to stone people, Joshua.
Yes.
You want people oppressed. You want people to not have rights, right? So
absolutely no rights across the board. We don't. The last thing we want is choice.
Right. So I don't want to, because you kind of made it seem like that would be the case with any group. Nah, there's some groups who exist who, yeah, they want to have like their things at the forefront, but they don't necessarily want to completely oppress everybody else. Right.
Yes. I mean, ultimately, that's where it goes. It always goes that way. So, like, this would be the thing within the Republicans. Throughout history, right, a political party will always go as far as they can possibly go until they get checked and pulled back. U.S. policy has been this way for hundreds of years. It swings one way, it rides that way for about 10 years, and it goes back, right? We're just trying to, or at least our agenda is generally, in this case, to pack as many executive branches. And apparently, I guess now we're packing some legislative branches or seats. Like, so like, that's the idea.
I just want that to resonate with some of the people in the chat. Hacking uh legislative, what else? What did you say? You said
The executive branches and legislative seats. Basically, executive branches are like your federal government,
I got it.
and
I just want them to understand how like well thought out these plans are, like and how far up it goes compared to like the shit they be on. I just need them to really process that. I think that's so interesting because again, these things are spoken about, but I guess I never really heard from like the amount of kind of insight you're giving me. But again, I'm not into politics, so some people might know this. I never really thought this deep into it. But I didn't even have to know this much to know that y'all be on some bullshit. I knew that.
well, yeah, I mean that would be, be the point. If we ain't y'all, right? Like by default, you should always actually be a little bit. By definition, you should be leery of something that's different. If it's not yours, if it's not you, it's going to be different. You should always, at the very least, be highly skeptical.
Agreed. This why I said yesterday, I'm not with this. Everybody could come to the cookout. I hate that about my culture. I hate that shit. That's the biggest mistake they have consistently made. Because look what you said. If we don't even want you in our neighborhood, we'll get you. We'll sabotage your house inspection.
Yeah.
We'll do what we need, but we are going to gatekeep what's ours, and I kind of respect it. Again, I think ethically, I'll be honest, that's some crazy shit.
Yeah.
But I understand the sentiment of wanting to safeguard what's yours, have your community with your people. I understand that shit. Like I don't understand my people who just.
But I don't, and that's why I don't understand the idea of just even simplistic things, right? Like the curriculum of Black History Month, right? If I got kids, I mean, if I'm Black and I've got Black kids, right? Like I'm going to want them to be educated in whatever I deem their identity to be. It just does not register to me that somebody would be like, it's not that important. If who you are isn't important, I go just I don't know, jump in the ocean. You're useless here.
Yeah, I told you what that was about. It's a lack of trust for you people, as it should be, right?
Right. I won't disagree with that, right?
But I'm with you. If my kids are in your schools anyway, because they are, then yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, no, fucking, there needs to be some type of Black history in here. What the hell?
Yeah. And I'm not gonna lie, right? Like so like for those of you who don't know, like Freezy's actually been a little helpful to me, right? I'm struggling with quit smoking, right? But he kind of gatekeeps, right? Like I don't get to show up anytime I want, right? I get a special invitation. I get invited, and it's very like how to explain it, to Bible study. Obviously, his job as a Christian is to witness. But like my access is very regulated. That would be a good way of putting it, right? As it should be. I'm an atheist. That should be the most dangerous thing that walks through a church.
You would think so. But right, and because you have this understanding, you're not even offended by it. You're like, oh, I get it. It is what it is.
Yeah, I've got thick skin.
But this is not how a lot of people move.
Yeah.
But yesterday, I'm sorry, you had something else you wanted to say?
Nothing. I don't understand the idea of not safeguarding your identity in your own group. That to me is just odd. What the hell is that's exactly what a gated community is. Gates, walls, doors, locks, somebody at the door regulating who's in and out. You should not ever want to tolerate outside influence.
Yeah, you're a bit extreme, but I get your point.
Well, no, it's not even that. Take immigration. That's exactly what that is. That's gatekeeping citizenship. That's gatekeeping us as a nation, right? This is everybody's doing it. Why the hell are you guys not doing it? Larger numbers, right? Like I can understand. I'll give you 10% probably doing it, but why not larger numbers?
There would have to be a pride in something, right? And a genuine care in order for someone to feel compelled to do what you're talking about. And there lies where I'm kind of seeing what you mean about the lack of self-confidence. Well, I'm going to call it lack of love, right? Lack of self-love and like understanding of self-identity. Like the thing about you, I don't agree with a lot of your ideology, but what I do hear is like confidence. You are very sure about what you're saying, what you stand for, what you want, and what you don't want. Like whether anyone agrees with it or not, you are unshakable about that shit. And that is the level of confidence a person needs to have, right? To be able to like stand on firmly their own values, et cetera, et cetera. You're not like, yeah, I don't
That,
know.
that would be a very good conversation. Like what are the values within the Black community? That would I think I'll pay good money to come and listen to that. Shouldn't be here for it, but that would be a damn good conversation right there. It's going to be a fight, but
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think that's something Black people need to have in public in front of everybody. To be honest,
I agree.
I think they've had enough conversations in public in front of everybody.
I
That
agree.
information is like constantly being kind of leveraged and being used by people who are a lot smarter, who understand how to manipulate and use the media and leverage, and like it's just nah.
The most disappointing thing, because I believe I'll name drop this one time. The most disturbing conversation I'd heard about this, I ended up participating in. Hamp had a conversation. It was called Chivalry versus Simpery. That show came about specifically because, as a white man, somebody came up or somebody made a claim on a panel on a women's POV about white men gave Black men their freedoms, basically, right? And I was like, I don't know about that, right? And I listed off the numbers in the Civil War. I said this was the Black battalion that ultimately, from day one of Civil War, that actually fought. Right? They didn't have to be bought. They just signed up. They were Northerners specifically, so that was the Union Army, right? And I was pissed, so I came up to go fighting about that thing. And the argument was correct, but how it came about, I ended up being a white man that came up on a Black panel and went off. And I mean, I went off, right? And there were 3 Black dudes that bought me off panel. They did the whole bounties thing, right? And I sit here thinking about it, right? I'm kind of pissed, right? And everybody was like, "Oh, well, it was just somebody beating on a Black girl." Is effectively what it was. And to be fair, this is Miss Love. God, I love that woman. But the concept is those 3 guys that were, and I believe that they were making an argument for, sure, she might be wrong, but we ain't having no outsider come in here and tell us, that we're wrong. It ain't none of your damn business kind of thing, right? Whereas the vast majority were all buying me back on panel to basically feed the whole, oh, well, look, woman's getting her ass whooped. Make sense?
Mm-hmm. I guess I'm not understanding your overall.
Well, the show went on from that after there was some thought put into it, was chivalry versus simpery. The 3 guys that basically bought me off, I don't believe were simps. I believe they were being chivalrous. But when we decided to have this conversation about the standards in the Black community, trying to push this conversation, you know what it boiled down to? It boiled down to Fatty specifically stating that men ultimately just want whatever the hell they can, whatever they're going to do to get a woman, to get some attention from a woman, which in my mind spells out, now we're women. Because I would have, that whole idea of attention-seeking behavior, I would chalk up to women.
So hold on. You always ask me about the FBA stuff. That's why that's a problem, right? Because
Right.
you're referencing Black values and you're talking about a man who is not Black American at all. But do you see how your mind instantly went to him?
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you, as someone in our community, he does not speak for my culture. But to be fair, you don't know that.
Yeah.
That's problematic. But
I won't lie. That's why these crazy questions that I have come up, right? I see a person with Black skin, right? I just think Black person. I don't know how to tell the difference between the two, right? Like that's or even all of the groups that's in there. I can't tell the difference because all I can identify is Black skin. I don't even understand the cultural differences, right? That's why that crazy ass question.
But I understand. But my point is, you can hear that accent. and you still your first thought was to go to what Fatty basically said, but you're talking to a Black American woman, right? About
Right,
what
right.
about my culture. You know what I'm
So
saying? So yeah, no. Just long story short, he's not a good person. That, in my opinion, anybody who's not Black American for sure, like, can't really
well,
be a reference point for Black culture. That
what
just
it
it can't.
what it boiled down to is we're going to do whatever the hell we want, right? This is the standard that was being. It wasn't openly stated, but it boils down to this: is we're going to do whatever the hell we want, and that's what our standard is going to be. And I'm like, what kind of standard is that, right? Like, uh, how about laws? How about personal beliefs? How do you feel about, like, I don't know, different moral conundrums? Like, how do you feel about family, right? These are standards. Hell, not tolerating the N-word. You know, stupid crap like that. Just pick some kind of standard and just stand on it, kind of thing, right? And I don't mean talk about it. I mean actually enforce it.
I agree with you.
But like I said,
and this is interesting because let's be clear, you're one person, right? You don't represent all of the white people. I'm one person. I don't represent all of the Black women, or people. But I think it's interesting your takeaways as an outsider looking in at the community, and these are the things you're coming away with. So what I got from you in this conversation so far was like, Black men lack self-esteem. Black men don't stand on anything in terms of values, morals, principles, standards. Like, as a group, there is nothing being like directly enforced in terms of this is we stand on these things, and that they don't fight for any type of influence over their children's education. Am I being accurate? Because I'm just listening to what.
So far, just in the past 3 months, yes, that would boil that down real fast.
That's crazy.
And to be fair, I've been hanging around with Black communities for roughly about 3 or 4 years.
So I'm going to ask you this too. When you say Black communities, because you just referenced Fatty's channel, shade Fatty, but Fatty is not what I consider. He's not. That's not
right.
You don't share a culture.
Right. Fatty it was just mostly based on debate, right? But there's Hamp. I actually really like Hamp, right? I like the community. It's because I like the people. Like, almost everybody I've run across, pretty damn decent people. There was CTs. That's not fair, right? I know that one, right? But
wait, let's stop right there. That's another.
I know. I know.
No, but it's important for me to say for my audience to hear. That's another person who comes from a different culture. CT is some type of African something, right?
I think so, but I don't know.
He is. So it's interesting for everyone. You're kind of showing everyone why I go so hard about this FBA shit.
Right.
Because you outsider looking in, you keep referencing like people who are not my culture.
Right.
As a representation for my culture. So this is just personally why I find them problematic, but go ahead.
Right. It just it goes on down the list. There was a couple Hoods now. Hood now is kind of on my radar. Because I think he holds some of the conservative views. I consider conservatives to be too moderate. Like, you look at my tag, moderates are all talk. It used to say moderates are all political cucks, but I don't want to put that on this show, right? Like, I'm not trying to get a show taken down. But at the end of the day, the whole talking shit just bothers the crap out of me. It's like, what are you doing? I could understand if you're 18 to 25, right? Sure, have the arguments, have the discussions, right? You're young, you got a little bit of time, you got to learn, right? You need some experience, right? You're starting to hit 28, right? You got to be doing something, right? And to be fair, I do meet a lot of people that are getting involved in businesses. They might fail, right? But at least they're doing something. But for the most part, it's more talk than anything.
But so I asked you about when you said you've been observing the Black community. I'm trying to get a gauge on what you've been observing. So you said CT, you said Fatty, you said Hamp, and you said who else?
Or is it Hood now? Hood conservative? I think that's his nickname. I'm starting to he just now popped on my radar. So, right, like whatever pops up on my feed, I tend to check out, right? A little bit too conformity types, right? Because if at the end of the day, the only thing that separates you from the group that you're standing with is the color of your skin, yeah, you got problems. And now I don't disagree. Like the guy's, he's a right winger, right? He's on my side. But at the end of the day, I still don't understand the lack of wanting to hold your own identity. To me, this is what family culture is all about.
Okay, so outside of these few names, or do you have any other references for where you are getting your consensus about the Black community?
Not that I am willing to publicly state on open air right this moment, but there'd be a couple more. I'm just trying to get like the one in the last week or two.
Okay, so based on, we're just going to address what you said.
Okay.
Based on what you said, it would make sense that you have a very like skewed, limited view on what Black even means, like, and what the culture is, right? Because
absolutely,
we have to just always remember this is the internet. People are trying to get paid, and they're acting an ass a lot of times, right? A lot of times things are like overly dramatic, and just like I'm sure you have in your group, everyone shouldn't be speaking, right? I'm sure you have certain people in your group that you would be like, yo, shut the fuck, y'all, you guys are not the people.
Oh yeah,
right?
we line them up against the wall and shoot them. I have no qualms with that.
I want to say all that, but like if those are your references, like this little tiny sector of just random ass people who any of us could get up and just click on some shit and speak, and you can't really tell who's actually Black, who's not, who's the who. It's a lot of agendas going on.
This is
a horrible place, I think, to get consensus about Black culture. But I do understand it's here. It is what it is on display. I can't.
Can you do me a favor and hit the super chats, because it's apparently they're all on this topic. I don't want them to go by. I want them to kind of like go with the topic.
1 second. Josh, I think we're like the dynamic too low.
Rain down, Lord, peace, let your love fall and rain, just rain, Lord, please, just rain down, Lord, peace, let your love shower us, just rain, Lord,
So Josh don't have a lot of time with us today, so we probably got him for another 20 to 40 minutes, not sure. So if y'all have questions, send a super chat. Thank you, PJ. He says this is a fire conversation. Shout out to you both. Thank you for the $5. B. Sammy says CT is Nigerian. We don't claim him either. Sure don't. Victim Olympics, thank you for the $10. Says if he understands the difference between European culture and white American culture, he should know FBA versus African culture.
So this is, I actually think, a very important thing. I understand European versus American, one, because like my grandparents were Italian and German, right? So I have direct experience with it, and that's why I can identify it. I don't actually have much experience with like people from Africa, not even immigrants, right? Like it's not a thing that comes across it doesn't happen daily for me, right? All I can do is have conversations with people. And so when I'm looking at a person, right, I see dark skin. I can't use, if I'm forced to use that metric, right? Now all of a sudden everybody with dark skin is stuck together. I need something more than that. AKA, I need like standards. I need a belief system, something that like when a discussion is brought up, I can instantly understand it. That I don't have a lot of experience with. That's why it's so damn difficult for me to basically identify based off of a topic. Like I should be able to like basically turn my screen off, not see anybody's camera, and hear like a talking point, but I don't. Like I can't make that difference because because every time somebody has like every time there's a discussion about standards, it gets derailed into blame.
So I agree with PJ. PJ said, y'all really expect a white person to tell us apart? Yeah. What he's saying is if there's no accents, right? Obviously there. But outside of that, he's like, because there's no staunch standard, right? He's listening for like, okay, what are the values, beliefs, standards, shared common beliefs that any of these groups stand for? And he's saying that whenever that conversation comes up, it turns into the blame game. So he can't tell who stands where. It seems like nobody's standing on nothing. It's just a bunch of blaming. I.e., that's when he said. That's why he said when they tell me, okay, the white man did it, like, all right, I'll accept it. Or what are you gonna do? It's kind of like,
and just so I can hammer this in, right? So like my wife's Vietnamese. You think if she runs into a crowd and starts screaming with the Chinese women, like I can tell her a difference between the rest of them? I can't. It's a lot harder than you think, guys. It really is. From my perspective, everything is a political agenda. It's what you're doing. That's the lens through we measure people, at least within our society. I don't understand how you guys function outside of that. That's what's confusing. And to be fair,
I kind of like the fact that y'all don't understand how we
yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. I do like that. And it's not just limited to you.
Yeah, no. I would get it.
Like when our FBA asks about my culture, I'll be feeling like y'all don't need to understand every fucking thing. The same way you think as much as Josh is up here talking, I would be a freaking fool if you think I would ever think that he would sit here and just tell me every single thing about his group and what they believe in and what they want. I'm not a fucking idiot, right? So the same way I know nobody else is spilling all their tea, I don't think black people should be doing that shit either. Some things y'all need to be confused about.
From a tactical perspective, yes, there are some things you don't want enemy groups to comprehend.
Period. That's why I ain't with that. Everybody coming to fucking cookout shit. 1 second.
Yeah, I can't be mad at that. Damn, PJ.
I'm back.
PJ, I'm still gonna call you Pookie. I don't give a shit. Like I'm not letting that go, right?
PJ, why you call PJ a Pookie? Well, we ain't gonna say that. We know why you call him a Pookie. Hi, Brittany B. Here for the tea. Hi, boo.
That man stole my internet wife.
I know. It's okay.
It ain't okay. Yeah, see, now he's in here talking shit. Get over it, Josh.
Josh. PJ a Pookie.
I miss PJ. Him and Frank in their. This is what I learned. This is what I learned about those two black characters. PJ and Frank still cheat at cards, right? You can't trust him with a card game. That's what I learned about those two.
Wow. The thing about PJ though, if you got the chance to talk to him, he ain't nothing like these men you talking about.
Oh yeah. Now, just to be fair, right? Like PJ is actually an awesome dude to have a conversation with.
But he's very much like takes pride in being black. Like that's a big deal for him, like a huge deal. He's not with this shit they on. That's another conversation.
Yeah, that's it. That's the only nice thing I'm going to say about him till you know.
So I wonder. I don't have any other questions right now.
I recall, like in a footnote, you wanted to know if there was like anything like within Project 2025 that would be problematic within the black community.
Yes.
Okay, so one of the
line, if these things come into fruition, tell me directly how, at least so they would be harmful to black people.
Okay, so and I know everybody wants to kind of like they're okay with the it seems to be the case. There's a small percentage within the black community that are okay with like, you know, just dismissing the criminality part of it, right? But one of the things is from an authoritarian stance, you notice, you know, I've said several times, like stoning people is a thing. So within Project 2025, one of the agendas is actually to, it's not reinstate, it's to overutilize the death penalty. If you were to go down death row right now, the death row inmates from a federal prison, I don't know how to take a long time to go through the state prisons, but from a federal prison, right, there's quite a few that would effectively be executed. Like we would be pushing for that hardcore. So almost nearly all of your, so you notice the idea on the crime stats, like everybody's discussing it. It's politically motivated because it's a very easy topic for politics to hijack and say, oh yeah, we're going to be tough on crime. It was the same shit that went on in the 80s, and all they do is just keep basically upping the criminality that goes with it, right? Death penalty is the number one right there. We're absolutely pushing for it. It would just basically be a execution by the numbers based on race.
What else?
Let's see here. Mandatory minimums. Let's just say, let's say if you wanted to break up families, if that's a problem, right? Now, instead of going to prison for 15 years, you could pretty much bet your ass it's going to be more like 30.
Who are you referring to? Like if somebody cheated?
It would just be any type of criminality. The idea is to increase the what they call the maximum minimums, right? So if you're going to court and you're going to get a sentence, right? The sentence usually comes in a range. It'll be like the minimum 5 years, the maximum 10 years, right? The mandatory minimum would be you have to take the little. There's no more parole system. Plus, our agenda is to actually also kind of try to double the imprisonment system. Basically, more prison longer. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you want to change you said mandatory minimums. Like you want to increase the minimum times for crime. So let's say stealing is 5 years. You want it to be 15. I'm just throwing.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
Okay.
And so if it was the case that you went through prisons, there were enough black people in there. Again, these are just more families getting stripped apart. It's kind of counterproductive to what when we say promotion of families, we don't actually promote families. It's just you either make it or you're getting thrown off the train.
Okay.
Let's see here. The next one, the DEI. Everybody tosses the DEI thing, but it's kind of weird because there's a lot in there. HUD currently, HUD housing right now. I think it was just a bill that just got promoted. HUD housing, hate to say this, right? But the low income housing, that shit's gone. The proposal is to cut it, I think, by 44%. So I think the current budget is $8.7 billion. They want the proposal now, and I believe it'll be signed soon, is to be cut down to $4.8 billion. So your low income housing, bye bye.
And so just for the that's going to directly affect just mainly single moms, probably, right? Like
single moms would absolutely get just annihilated by this.
Because you have to meet certain qualifications to even get those benefits anyway. So people who are considering like poverty, whatever, like, or they don't make above a certain amount, but they have a kid or something.
Right.
So how this translates is a lot of them would lose funding, lose somewhere to stay, lose support.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Ultimately, single moms would definitely be on the chopping board.
This is what I meant by for these dumbass people supporting Republican parties. By default, Black people are affected the most by most of this shit, right? You mentioned the housing, like the HUD being taken away. What else is under DEI? Because you said there's more.
Oh, Jesus. So the employment, obviously, we talked about. Now, this is the one thing that I made mention, and it got dismissed, and I'm surprised, right? So if you look at D.C. right now, the vast majority of D.C. is actually Black populated. And everybody's like, yeah, but they're not really in authority. Okay, true, right? Like, they're not the ones pulling the levers, right? But at the end of the day, they have access to those office spaces, and those office spaces, those office workers actually have access to the trash cans. You know what's in those trash cans of those offices? Agendas, policies, information that you'd want to know from special groups, right? Like, I was sitting here thinking about it, like, it got so dismissed, and I'm thinking, this is exactly what we kind of fight against within corporate espionage.
Mhm.
These people now, I'm sitting here thinking about it, they're kind of a threat. So if they are like basically Democrats, like if they're predominantly voting Democrat, I instantly want to go after black jobs within DC right now because I would consider them to be a threat just by having access of information that gets thrown in the garbage.
Crazy. Okay, what else is in the Project 2025 that's harmful?
There's all kinds. Like that was just what I've gone down the list. I told you kind of ran out of time and I couldn't get down to it. But so, and again, the point of it is to all political agendas are seeking to basically gain power. Gaining power by any means necessary. Yes, people are going to get thrown onto the bus. The idea that black people would like just be let off the hook just because, yeah, so what? We don't have policies that are specifically like based off of, okay, well, black people can't come to the cookout, right? But it would be the case that by the numbers, they would be in minority groups. We apparently, everything about Project 2025 is to shut down minority groups.
Right.
Cut funding, go against it, right? Like all parts of this. Job losses in the DEI. And now I'm sitting here thinking about DC. Now I'm starting to think, shit, man, I don't want some Democrats in those offices. They would be a threat to our party. And so now I'm sitting here thinking, we got to get them jobs out of there. And those are, from what I can tell, the vast majority population of residents within DC are basically black office workers.
Damn, I had a question. It slipped my mind. But this is
I don't understand what the pushback is to think that it isn't a threat.
That's my issue with these people. I'm trying to ignore these comments. That's why I keep getting distracted because I'm in my head like, yo, how fucking stupid. They don't understand that unless something is like blatantly said, I don't know, somebody got to scream the N-word in their face because they don't have the ability, some of them, to be calculated. I guess they don't understand others people's ability to be calculated. What he's getting at is, do any of these policies outright target you? No, but by default, they do. Like, only because you make up the majority of the group. Like, who's getting, are black women the people who, like, single moms most? Yeah. So by default, most of those women are going to be affected by the HUD situation, right? Like, you guys kind of have to think the shit through, and you're not fucking doing it, and it's pissing me off. Like, y'all got to use your brain. Like, god damn. Or like or this. We're targeting Democrats. There's a list. Okay, then your brain should go, well, who predominantly makes up the Democrats? Is it black people? Oh, wow. Maybe that's an issue. Like, y'all, nobody's supposed to be able, you guys are fucking adults. No one should have to think that far for you. Like, the fact that there's a reason I asked them to come back today, so I have to sit here and manually connect the fucking dots for grown-ass people who can't put two and two together. But the people Israel said go and teach the fucking kids. Like, let me be quiet because I'm getting mad.
I want to address Cyber Dreams asked a question, and I'm sorry it was like a couple minutes ago in the chat. Whoever that is asked a question. I thought it was actually a really good question. What can black women do, right? And unfortunately, if you're not going to get backed by your men, you have to do exactly what you are doing. Take control. Like, this sounds. It shouldn't sound, as best as I can tell, from like. So for those of you who don't know, my middle name came from a black family. My father was career military, so my middle name is actually their surname. I was actually named after them. But the idea is that think of this, the concept of, because I don't know if it exists in white culture. Definitely not our monolith, but like Italian, things like that, right? We don't have Big Mama, right? So the idea that black women have attitude. So do the Latinos, right? So does this. But it's always been that way, as best as I can tell, right? Like, this isn't a new thing that women were just, I don't know, being all naggy. Like, that's not new. The black woman has always, as best as I can tell from the stereotypes, has always existed. That's what Big Mama was, wasn't she? She was basically the leader of the family. usually probably because dad was gone most of the time, right? I don't. I,
Oh my god.
I don't understand the mentality, right?
What is your point? What's your point?
Well, so the point is black women apparently were already in a leadership role, right? They're just basically fulfilling a lack of male leadership. So they're just my prescription here would be, I guess black women are just going to have to take the leadership role by the horns, tell men to fuck off. If you ain't doing nothing, fuck off and just do it yourselves.
What does that look like? Do what ourselves?
So politically speaking, women have to run for office. They'd have to do exactly what they're doing, get involved in the PT. They pretty much have to basically do all of the work themselves. And no, I don't, Lady D, I actually don't think you care what black men. I mean, but the question was valid: is what can black women do?
Yeah, no, you're on point. I'm getting frustrated at y'all missing his fucking point. He's not talking about whether we care what black men think. Y'all gotta raise y'all fucking vibration. This conversation is way above who likes fucking who. Oh my god. Let me drop the link. I need a distraction. I know you ain't gonna be here that long. I'm very disappointed. Like, y'all really act like people who don't read beyond third grade fucking level for real. Why y'all can't connect no dots for yourself? How come somebody can sit here for like 3 days straight for hours and hours breaking shit down and you still listen to all of that and come up with, it's not about what black men like us, and who the fuck is talking about who likes you or not, or if white people like us or not? Why are those constantly being the takeaways from these conversations? Jesus Christ, y'all get on my nerves. Anyway, go ahead, Josh.
So that's my prescription: is black women are pretty much just going to have to do, and I say it, do exactly what they've already been doing. I mean, it's kind of like not really a prescription because you're already doing the thing. You're just going to have to do it. You're pretty much going to have to get involved in politics on your own. You're going to have to raise the kids on your own. Like, if that's the problem with single mothers, right? You're just going to have to do it all on your own, which ain't much of a should, because it appears from what I can hear with conversation that seems to be an is.
Why are you saying that? Because you guys don't count if you're not married. It's a single household as far as you're concerned, right?
Yeah.
So you have to understand, outside the community, every person who's not married or like on the book single doesn't mean there's a lack of a father's presence. Does that make sense? And in some cases he lives there, right? It's not, so it's kind of hard.
Hard to differentiate. Yeah, I understand.
That's why I do respect the institution of marriage. Now that I really even think about that, like, yeah, even I could tell you this all day because it's my community, but if we're just looking at it on face value, yeah, it looks like there's an absence of men, blah 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 blah. But there's some people coming up, Josh. Okay, because I know you have to go soon, right? So I wanted to give you to you, and I'll be back, guys. Please be civil. I'll be right back. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to commend Venus for this conversation. I love it. I love this conversation. But Josh, I just have a question about the what should black women do? I remember you when you're talking to PhD, but you said about black women should essentially you guys want to strip the rights of women, but you also mentioned to PH that if she owned a home, so would that protect black women from? Would that allow us to negotiate you guys' plan for power?
Right. What it looks like in what it looks like if you're just basically looking at it, it's the original start off point is to eliminate the opposition's voting rights. So if you wanted to take out, let's just say hypothetically, the Democrats, right, you'd end up going after basically black people because by proxy they're Democrats. So you try to take out women's voting rights would be one example of it, right? So there's half the population right there. But because the agenda is this incentivize family or to promote family, how that legally defines out is if you own property, if you own a house, right? The owner of that house now has the voting right. So if it's the woman's name on the deed, she by proxy ends up having the voter right. She's the one that votes for the entire household. how that spells out is the person that's basically doing the work gets the vote.
And then my last question would be, say black women are like the highest homeowners in the last 5 years, right?
I think so.
If we divorce ourselves from the Democratic Party as black women, right? How would that allow us to negotiate through you guys' plan?
Well, see, that's a damn good question right there. I don't know how that would be from negotiation.
It wouldn't.
Obviously, I'm always going to tell you, like, you should, if you're a group, you should basically go to a political party and say, hey, look, if you're not going to represent me, to hell with you, right? You should want people to negotiate for you. I can't talk on that because I've never even witnessed any type of negotiation methods, right? But the idea of trying to save the vote, no, because I tell you this, right? The black women are not the only problems we got here, right? The idea would be to remove all women's voting rights across the board. Doesn't matter whether you're black, white, green, purple, right? We're not care.
That's why I said you can't, because when you get further into their plan, it's fuck everybody, essentially, but white men. I'm sorry, that's what it sounds like at the end of it. For real, that's the plan.
It would ultimately boil that direction if it decides, because obviously, like, so the Hebrew Israelites, they're going to end up having to fight, the Catholics by numbers. That's not going to happen. So I mean, yeah, it's going to be a problem somewhere. Just whether it's going to be a problem today or it's going to be a problem 35 years from now, 150 years from now, that kind of thing. But from a negotiation method, I actually think it's a valid question, because that should be your default. You shouldn't be involved with a political party that's not representing you in some form or another.
Wait, stop the cap. What's your name in the chat? I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I know who this is.
I'm Cyber Dreams. I did stop the cap recently because these guys is just like exhausting, So the reason why I said that is because he's constantly saying that the Democrats are the enemy. So my mind is looking towards the future. Like, what if we divorce the Democratic Party? How can we then negotiate through the plan to try to survive?
This is interesting. This is an interesting take.
Oh, hell no. You got a black Republican up here. Oh, what happened, either man?
But like Venus, I said, I love this conversation. You should do more of these, and especially with black women, to gauge their mindset. Because like Josh said, that he said we have to take the leadership because we have no men. And I'm going to drop.
Why would you do that?
I wish you wouldn't drop. I wish you would stay around. I liked a couple of your questions.
Why would you do that, Cyber Dreams?
Well, I think listen. I wanted to kind of listen to both of y'all takes.
Yo, peace, family. Can y'all hear me?
Why Chicago really only want to talk when I talk? Go ahead, Chicago Rilla.
Wait, but Chicago Rilla and Either Man, can y'all hold it down for me for like just 5 minutes?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
I got you.
And make sure we let Mumu in. Thank you. I'll be right back.
No, I'm just so the crazy part about it is I've been hearing lately a lot of people saying that women are the problem, right? Before women even can vote, this country kept going back and forth from Democrat to Republican. So we naturally have this sway that we're switching from one to the other. Like, it's never been a time in this country history that we was all Republican for 20, 40 years at a time. Like, that's just not how it has been. So with that being said, us going left and us going right, we start asking that question is, which one is the best, right? When was the country the best, right? And then I heard like Stop the Cat was talking about, well, most of black women are homeowners, right? So then we start asking the question, where should homeowners be voting? Should they be voting Republican versus Democrat, right? And then that's where you start want to get into what's happening in the market and different things like that, interest rate and all those things. And if you're not refinancing, say you bought your house already and got you what we call the Trump interest rate, and you got like 2%, 2.99%, it really doesn't matter who you is, because you can keep that house for the next 30 years. So are we talking about just the new home buyers? Like, it's just so
Wait,
complex.
wait. Not to cut you off. Are you new to the conversation? Have you not been hearing what Josh has been saying?
Yeah, I'm new to the conversation. I just showed up.
Because we're not talking about the semantics of home ownership. He is basically saying that they want to annihilate rights for us, right? But I remember him saying that because PhD asked him, so I own a home. Where would that lead me to? And that's why I'm asking about the home ownership. I'm not talking about interest rates and all this stuff. Yeah.
None of the home ownership matters because at the end of the day, I think I heard Venus just say it. It all reverts back to white men. So it wouldn't matter if you owned a home or not. Right? So the bottom line is for the last 3 days, the answer to the algebra equation is we are better together. Right? Because
it would buy us time.
It would buy us time. No, ma'am. Because the gentleman, if I understand, and I seen Josh when I was in the Discord and stuff like that, and I understand the conversation that's happening, so on and so forth, and I understand his position very well. Which at the end of the day, right, he'll come over here, have a conversation, talk. But if it ever came down to choose a side, guess where he's going, right? And then the other part of that is, do you think they would pick you over theirs? So in other words, if they're willing to subjugate they women, what do you think they're going to do to our women? Right? So the answer to me, the clear answer to me is that gender war stuff that we keep talking. I understand what homie is saying with the Christian white nationalism, all that other stuff. Woo. Cool. Right? But we better move off of this gender war and find out how to pair bond together and build family together and build village and communities together. Because that's the answer. Because what he's telling you, plain as day, without no man, you fooled. They gonna come in and whatever home you own, whatever deed you think you got, the same people that you think just, I'm entitled and I have a right because I bought, man, they'll manipulate some shit and take your shit. And what you gonna do? Without nobody to back you. What you gonna do? Oh, that's wrong. Okay, cool. I still took your shit. He been on bully shit the whole time. And we still trying to figure out, well, how do we, and what is your thought? No, we better together. That's the bottom line.
Hold on, but that's crazy.
Who was that? Eda Man?
Yeah, well, that's crazy because the reason I think you got to echo. But the reason Chicago really that's crazy is because even if your black ass in the home, if the white man want to come take it, he taking that house. Like this idea that you
now, Eda Man. If again, that's why the sister asked, "Are you new to this conversation?" Because the conversation, right? So listen, the conversation boiled down to one thing. Early on, if I remember correctly, and Venus or Josh can correct me if I'm wrong, it boiled down to if it came out to an all-out race war, hand-to-hand combat, what's what. Now, Eda Man, who's better prepared to fight the motherfucker that's coming to take my shit? Me or my woman?
You're more prepared.
Okay, then that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but if
now here you go with the bus. Here you go. Now move your butt out the way and get to the bottom line, because y'all finna do a whole 3-hour show on semantics. The bottom line is we better together. We better together. Wait, Eda Man, is that true or not?
I agree.
Wait, is that true or not?
What you saying? Yes, I'm agreeing with what you're saying.
Okay, all right, I'm going on mute. No, I ain't arguing with you. I'm going on mute. I ain't seen you in a minute, brother.
It's a good seeing you. I agree with what you're saying is that we're better together. But I'm going to tell you, just like in the prison system, anytime it's 54% versus 13%, you typically lose because you're outnumbered. If we went on this full-blown racist war and we was gonna fight, typically we got less guns, we got less power, we got less of it all. So in my mind, it actually makes sense for us to abandon the gender war, abandon the race war, and we should actually be all trying to work together in this country and actually fight against
Wait.
other
Can
powers.
everybody got to mute? Everybody got to mute when he talks. It sounds horrible. It's like a bad echo, real bad.
It's only Chicago, really. I don't know why he echoing that way. But listen, the whole point that I'm saying is that as Americans, we need to just start coming to the reality is that we would be better operating together. The only way for you to destroy America is from inside. There's no other country can come, and they understand this. So I'm saying, abandon the gender war. I agree with Chicago, right? Abandon the race war. Abandon all of these things, because what we realize is that we all really need each other for the country to be sustained. That's the only point I was making.
Wait, and can I say something real quick to Illa, and I'm gonna pass the mic. Illa, you can hear me? Rilla, I'm sorry. Rilla, can you hear me?
Yeah, Venus, go ahead. I can hear you.
So I understand what you were saying, like forget all that Christian Nationalist stuff. The reason I've been going about this in the way I have, because for some reason when you or either man or others or me simply say it for what it is, it's not resonating. So I have to like walk this down piece by piece so people, and you can see by the chat, are still having a hard time understanding. But that's the reason I want to go.
Venus, I'm with you, fam. Like, I've been paying attention. I'm glad you're doing these. That's not no knock at you, right? I think you're frustrated because it's like, damn, okay, this is the third part, woo woo. Y'all still don't get it. I'm with you. That's why I pulled up. But yeah, no, please keep hosting the conversation. And I appreciate Josh too. Because I believe that when somebody shows you who they are, you should have, okay, that's who you are. I ain't got no issue with Josh whatsoever. Right? But if he's saying, hey man, eat a man, like my God, all that we American shit, no, take that to the other side. Tell them tell them the niggas is American too. And then ask them to treat us like Americans too. And then we could get along. Until then, no, what y'all saying is spot on. We done seen the shit. We done seen it. So why we keep acting like it ain't what it is? Right?
So
if we travel out the country, wait, let me say this real quick, man, and I'll go on mute because I know y'all said my sound is trash, right? If I go out the country, it was crazy the first time I went out the country and I ran into some people who didn't look like me, and maybe in another time, in another part of the country, they would have said, oh, or maybe they wouldn't have interacted with me. But outside of the country, yes, we are all Americans. Inside the country, we are very tribal. And we listen, man, it's been going since this country been founded. We can't get around it, fam. This whole experiment is trash. It is what it is. We tribal. And so to me, the first step, Eat Man, is to get not the race thing per se, but definitely the gender thing at least. Get rid of that, fam. I'm not at war with my woman. I need my woman. I need my woman. Period. That's the first thing. We better together. That's the bottom line. I'm on mute. Go ahead, E.
Yeah, but yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying that, I don't know, maybe I just have a different reality, and it might be a level of delusion. I'm not treated like American. I get all the benefits. Matter of fact, I got certain benefits for being American, serving my country. You know, like I said, I might just live in a level of delusion. I even grew up in the inner cities, and I realized that people who dressed a certain way got treated from other people who dressed a certain kind of way. The people who dressed like rappers got treated one way. The guys who walked around in suits.
All the rappers American.
Say it again, sir.
Are the rappers American?
I'm
Absolutely.
not sure if either man understands
right
what Josh had been saying, because he's going off into left field.
But that's E. That's what E does, though. But you know,
he's not addressing anything that this man has said for the last 3 days.
He said he
Well,
just came to be fair, though. He doesn't. I don't think he fully heard all of what this is about. To be fair,
But
I
his
have
his
no.
his wordplay is distraction.
No, I haven't heard. Chicago, you got to mute. I said I haven't heard what Josh said. I just going based off this last interaction of what I heard Josh say, and Josh was saying that the doom and gloom, that the women are doomed, and if the women don't align with their men, they gonna do this, that, and the third. And I think it's just
He
a
didn't say
bigger
that.
issue.
He didn't
What
say
he
that.
said about taking the woman vote away, right?
I asked him, what can black women do as far as negotiating through the plan that's planned for us? He said we have to take leadership and so forth. He didn't say anything about the man.
Well, yeah, he said that take away the black woman vote. I'm pretty sure I heard that, right?
Their plan is to take away all women votes.
But that's the point that I'm saying is, so when y'all say that that's their plan, I don't think that plan would be executed.
Yeah, so Eda Man, do you just, hey Josh, just really quick, let me ask Eda Man this. Do you remember when people were crying out about a Project 2025?
Yes.
Do you remember when the person you voted for said he ain't know nothing about that, he wasn't associated with none of that, and woo 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 blah blah blah?
Absolutely.
Okay, you remember the recent headlines that came out where he's heralding whoever is associated with Project 2025 now? Now he know all about it?
No.
Oh, you don't know?
No. So you said it was a headline. I want to make sure I understand what you said.
There's a direct quote, and somebody could correct me. I'm driving, so I can't pull it up on my phone. There's a direct quote with a gentleman who is part of Project 2025, who is doing work with this administration, where now he went out of his way to acknowledge that this gentleman was affiliated with Project 2025. All right? When at first he was saying he ain't know nothing about it. He wasn't associated. They ain't approach him. This, that, and the third. Woo-de-woo. Now, you, of all people who are usually in tune with these things, now you saying you don't know.
Well, no, because you asked me, did I know about a headline? You said, did I know about a headline?
All right, let me. If I dip off Venus, just bring me back because I'm gonna go research so I can show Eda Man exactly what I'm talking about. And this is the games that we continue to play, right? So these people will play in our face, right? Plain as day. And they will say whatever they need to do to get in whatever position we need to get in. Meanwhile, because I think what Josh has brought awareness to, which I think is valid, is that, again, to your scriptures, your Bible tells you be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary, the devil, walking about as a roaring lion, seeking who he can devour, right? So old boy said off the rip, oh, no, I don't know nothing about no Project 25. Now he introduces someone, and the way that he introduces him, he goes out of his way to say, oh, such so-and-so associated with Project 2025 is great, blah, 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 right? So I'm gonna go and find the headline. It's a credible source. I'm gonna go find the exact quote, and I'll be right back, all right?
Yeah, but
and then I want to see what the response is.
I hope you listen before you leave. So I hate this thing that when somebody can say, hey, I have no association with Chicago Rilla. I meet Rilla, have a conversation with Rilla, and I introduce Rilla. They say, oh, I thought 4 years ago you said you didn't know Rilla. Yeah, I didn't know Rilla. Now I do know Rilla. Like this idea that he introduced somebody and saying that, hey, this is the person that I have met doesn't prove, quote unquote, that he had association with this person 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's why I need to find that link for you, Eda Man, because it would be different if he said, oh, I just met Eda Man, he's a great person, da 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 da. No, what piqued my interest was he went out of his way. I wouldn't have known who the dude was. He went out of his way to say he was associated with Project 2025, and I'm like, oh, the same Project 2025 that you said you didn't know nothing about.
Well,
right?
And
so again, we can't play dumb. Like why we gotta play dumb when we see something in our face? Why we can't call that thing a thing and then address that as such, as opposed to all the we gotta duck dodge and save face and for the sake of not being wrong. Like no, fam. Let me go research this. I'm listening to you, but I'm gonna go research this.
No. And I'm gonna let Josh get it.
Well,
I expect. Hold on 1 second, Josh. I expect politicians to lie to us. It's never what I thought that a Democrat or Republican.
Just let Josh get it now, then.
So I guess
So you
the
thought
point
it-
is,
The point is,
Oh, go ahead.
if you're questioning whether Project 2025 has been active, just go down their policy playlist. At least nearly 2/3 of it have been executed. Like we're not talking
we're not talking.
like future tense. We're talking about it's been happening.
So you saying that Project 25 was being activated before Donald Trump?
It was always Project 2025 was also by another name prior. Was a conservative movement, right? It's just in this aspect since Trump or since this administration, it was promoted to come also included with Christian nationalism, and we're a lot more. We're less nice. Just call us authoritarians and be done with it.
No, but so okay. So what you're saying is, hold on, no. I don't know why you keep saying because what he's saying is it have nothing to actually do with Project 25 because it was actually established way before. So Project 25, this idea that he's acting on Project 25 and not was already what was in place way before it was a policy called Project 25.
You didn't hear what he just said? He said the name is different.
No,
you got to understand the last 16 years we had Obama for 2 terms, we had Biden, so they didn't have their guy in that's going to push it.
No, that's what I'm saying is that's incorrect. I don't think it was just.
Hey, who is this sister? Who up here?
Hey, here, let me give you an example.
Well, no,
because I agree with Venus. She said they're willfully obtuse, right? Josh just said something very clear. He said, yeah, the name has changed, but it's always been in effect. And this guy is sitting up here right now saying, oh, it's not. It's like, come on.
No, I think you're hearing what you want to hear. Because what I was saying is, what Josh is saying, and correct me wrong if I'm Josh, but what he was saying is that he believed that the policies that's been implemented was always pushed for by Republicans. Okay, go ahead.
The policies have been pushed forward, but if you're looking for like just the active stances, I'll give you an example. Federal Department of Education. Anybody want to tell me how that going? Because it was signed out with an executive order. And now all they're trying to do, because to dismantle the Federal Department of Education, you need an act of Congress. So until we can get to that point, right, they're just going to, basically the 2 top positions within the Federal Department of Education, their director appointments are actually Christian Nationalists, the top 2. So it'd be the director and the deputy director of it. And they're basically have the sole job of basically underfunding the budget, meaning the idea is to just say, hey, we need a low budget.
And guess how they did it? They started with the food first. What's that guy? The Kennedy guy. He started pushing his campaign about the food, healthy food, but it was all a smoke and mirrors for what they wanted to do.
So the interesting part about education system, because he brought up the education system, not only white people, I've been hearing black people say that we had a problem, we need to rework it. This been a thing I've been hearing all Americans say. As soon as we start getting to this point where we're reworking it or we're changing it, everybody's saying, oh, why we're changing it? Why are we doing this thing? I know Chicago really grew up in a time where they said that this is not beneficial for black people. We need to change it. So taking away funding, putting the right people, because it was people who was completely milking the system in the education system. This is proven fact. We understand that the government was spending way too much money. I get people don't like the person that's doing it, but the majority was saying that we needed to check this system.
Yeah, so I would ask, can you show me? Because you're right. I would say in the inner cities, and Josh is more than welcome to come in and correct me if I'm wrong. But I know in the inner cities, you're right. Black people have long since the 70s, 60s, said that this is not working for us, so on and so forth. Blase, blase, blase. Right. I'm curious to know where you say the white people are saying the education system is not working for their kids, because even where I work at, their schools look like fucking college campuses. Okay.
No, but their boys are still reading at the 7th grade level.
I have no idea. Actually, the mayor of the city that I work in is a superintendent, so I have no idea that I'd love to see that stat where you say young white males are reading at a 4th grade level as well, and white people are crying out about it. Well, I know for black boys, right? I know for black boys, and now it's black girls who are equally being impacted by that. And we could actually look no further than No Child Left Behind, right? But I don't want to derail the conversation into that because, again, Eat Man, and I'm saying this honestly, and this is the only reason why I pulled up. I think what Josh is saying is very plain, and I think he has admitted that, if I remember correctly on one of these shows, he said, yeah, we're a small faction, right? But they have the pulpit right now, and they are enacting their agenda. And so why would I sit up here and say kumbaya when the enemy is forming like Voltron in front of your face?
Because that's the deception that I'm telling you. They have always had the pulpit. They had the pulpit when they had Obama. They had the pulpit when they had Joe Biden. This idea that they lost the pulpit, and I'm telling you, they done had the pulpit for the last 100 years.
Yeah, I disagree with you on that one. Go ahead, Josh.
To be fair, the conservatives had the pulpit, but they sat around and talked, right? My side of the group, we ain't about that talking. We're trying to get shit done, even by force. That's the difference.
Right? I think he missed your opening monologue and dissertation, Josh. I think he missed that. That's why he is still on the kumbaya moment, right? Like, no, Josh is a minority. That's a fringe group. No, absolutely. America is land of the free, home of the brave. If you pull yourself up by the bootstraps, you absolutely can have this American dream. No, sir. No, sir.
Well, I have a history question.
Conversation. Go ahead, sis.
For Josh. So I have this book called gotta go on mute, Chicago. I have this book called One Nation Under God. And there's this important guy named Fitzfield, right? My question to you, Josh, is have you guys been around since the Billy Graham days? Because you guys, put the money.
Christian nationalism has existed since I'd say about 956. Basically, think about just think of us more like on the when you start hearing Christian crusades. Think of us.
Yeah, I'm talking about as far as the political movement and your guys' infiltration of the political parties like mayors and businesses. This has been going on. Yeah,
I can't imagine them not right. It sounds weird.
Because you guys had a whole campaign about putting "In God We Trust" on the money. You guys you also have a different constitution as well that you were trying to push as well, right?
Yes.
Then you also put "In God We Trust" on the Constitution.
Yes. Yes. That would be. Okay. They would definitely. Okay, so the name would be different. The idea is the same. It's the same type of people. If that makes sense.
Got it.
Yeah, the idea from our crowd isn't don't care about damn rights, don't care about all the other bull crap. The idea is to just basically it's to bring back Mosaic law. Well, I mean, obviously we're calling it Christianity, right? This ain't a choice. You're either going to comply or they're going to beat the hell out of you with a Bible. That'll be the weapon they're going to beat you down with.
You guys had prayer conferences all over the world with diplomats and stuff.
Yeah, the one of the worst problems that we had was I think it was in the 1960s in public schools. They used to actually have Bible study groups, obviously within different denominations. Let's just say it was one electoral.
They had it in the FBI too. They had it at the FBI, the CIA. You guys have been infiltrating you guys' movement have been long-standing.
Yeah,
but you didn't have the president that's going to have that executive pen. You tried it with Eisenhower, right? But he switched up on you.
Yeah, all movements have always been slow. The worst part
Mhm.
about it is, right, like it's been around since I'd say the Catholic Empire.
Yeah.
I want to say something because I know either man and probably some other people in the chat didn't hear because we've been having this conversation for like 3 shows. Because I think I heard Izzy say yesterday, like, no, when he referred to the Democrats, he was like, it's the same, it's like two different sides of the same coin. No, it is not. What Joshua is trying to get you all to understand is like this particular administration is very different. Like he said, the conservatives prior to have been talking, people who are in alignment with Christian nationalists, which we just have to assume by default Donald Trump is. It just is what it is. They're very much about um uh what's the word? Dictatorship, basically one rulership over. And you guys, if you really pay attention to just what he's been doing, you can kind of see that unfolding. Like if you really went and looked into Project 2025 and how horrible that shit really would be for your demographic, and then compare that, what's in it, to what he's been doing since he got here, right? What is he doing? Stripping away rights, right? Like everything's lining up. I don't understand why y'all think the president is going to outright come and tell you in your fucking face. But if you just use your brain and pay attention, Joshua ain't telling you nothing wrong. And no, they are not to be compared to any previous administration. They are not to be compared to the Democrats. They are not two sides of the same coin. I'm not a Democrat, but I don't even think the Democrats want to take away your rights to vote and uh take away all this shit and oppress you and Mosaic law and all this fucking harmful ass shit that they're on. The Democrats are not on that. So no, it's not the
Well,
same thing.
well, that's the point that I'm telling you. What I'm learning is the white man is the same. They got different agendas, but the Democrats tried to force the LGBT movement. Said we had to accept it. We had to do all these different things. Like I keep telling y'all, like this white man that y'all keep talking about have always tried to force their will on the population.
So
What
listen.
now?
So
What?
wait. Because when we conflate like that, the point gets missed. I understand what you're saying, but this is a lot more detrimental than using gender neutral bathrooms. I promise you it is.
So you
This
believe it's more detrimental for them pushing quote unquote the Bible than to push the other thing that the Democrats are pushing.
Do you understand this man is an atheist on this panel? He's pushing a very particular part. He's pushing Mosaic law. He's pushing I want to stone people to death for offenses. He's pushing I want to take away women's rights. He's pushing, hey, you can't vote unless you're married, own property, own land, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, this shit is what he's not a believer. They're not. These are not like nice people who believe in God and all the Christians come. No, absolutely, that's not what this is. That's what he's trying to say. When you put the words Christian and nationalist together, it's more of a political movement than it is any faith-based belief system. But I know you weren't here, but that's what I've been going over with him for the past 3 days because I understand that title is confusing. When Christians hear that, they think you think they're like you. They are nothing like you.
I got it. So I get what you're saying. So you saying that you believe in America, our goal is to get back to stoning people for having sex out of marriage. Our goal is to take
No.
away.
Let me
Well,
Okay, I'm gonna stop.
Well, yeah, didn't Josh just say that the president
yeah.
for them, if you look at Project 2025, they want to increase all the minimal sentences on regular crimes. They want to make them longer. B, he's advocating for the electric chair, right? Like, yeah, absolutely, yes. Modern day, yes. That's what they're on.
All right. So yes, I was just making sure I heard what you were saying, right? That as this country, they're trying to make it where we go backwards, right? We go backwards and we go back. So the thing is the point that I was making is I think it's impossible to take people backwards in this way. Once the mind is expanded, it can't contract. And what I'm saying is like that. Can you imagine telling black people that they had to be slaves again, right? I'm just telling you, like the mind cannot go back that way, right? Not to the current the current group that is alive, right?
So,
So
so
go
either
ahead.
man, listen to what I'm saying. It's not going to look exactly like the past because we're in a modern world. But when you say we can't go back, we already have. DEI has been overturned already, right? Immigration has been like changed already. If you're not paying attention to what the person you voted for is doing, he absolutely is taking us backwards. That's what he's
Venus,
doing.
add in affirmative action, roll back.
Yes, either man. So yeah, that's what he's on.
See, but I think either man is he's kind of condescending when he's talking. Josh is saying that they're using Mosaic law as a tool. It's not a belief system.
Well,
No,
so
that's their belief system, but it's not that when people read that term Christian nationalist, it's not what they think. Is the whole point of this.
The
Like that
Christian part throws them off. Yeah.
that's why I think either man is not,
Yeah.
and that's why I thought this was important to do. Like,
No, Venus. Either man thinks his money, success, and status where he lives insulates him from what Josh is saying is being enacted, right? So the rest of us can look outside our window, look outside our purview, and we can see what's happening in the real world in real time. And we can, we can see what's happening. And Edelman said, no. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, restore the nuclear family, which I agree with him. Build village, and you can overcome. There's no white man holding you down. Meanwhile, you have a whole white Christian nationalist telling you, no, we are coming for what's ours, right? And we will dismiss that and say, oh, that's just self-preservation. What are you trying to preserve? Right? If we all here with access to the resources, what are you trying to preserve? No, some of y'all just being greedy. And that's okay to say that. I just recognize it for what it is.
He said it yesterday. He said we're about totalitarianism. I cannot say this word. Totalitarianism. And he said, and
totalitarianism,
totalitarianism. And if we ever did reach our goal, we would not stop with the US. Why would we? That's what he said. We would absolutely be on some Christian crusade stuff again. That's what he said. And it's making sense. If you compare Project 2025 just to the little bit the president has done thus far. That's why I'm having a hard time understanding why anyone else is having a hard time, because we could just look in plain sight and see nobody's making shit up here.
So, and I want to make sure I heard all of y'all points, right? So what I'm trying to understand, right, and maybe I'm missing this point, right? What I'm trying to understand is, so let me ask some questions. Maybe I don't understand. So the system how do you think that we should have changed the current system that was not working? Let me ask that question first.
I'm sorry, one more time?
So currently we said that, I heard a lot of people saying that the current system that was going on, especially over the last, let's say, really, if you look at how the world been ran over the last 20 years, I think we'll all agree that it been ran by Democrats. And everybody said that it was ran incorrectly for the most part. Even black people said it was. What was the change that y'all guys was looking for? Because it sounds like it's a rejection to change.
I don't really agree with that either, man, because how many black people voted for Imperious? Is that you? If that's you in the back, you can leave, nigga. You're done. You get the fuck on. How many black people voted Democrat this election? I don't think that's really true, but in droves, either, man. Most of them still voted Democrat.
Absolutely. Listen, I think black people feel that the Democratic Party is more beneficial to them. That's why they, for the majority, vote Democrat.
Josh, is that Imperious? I can't see the whole name. It says God.
Yeah, that's Imperious.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can leave.
But so what Edelman is asking, right? Which I'm surprised he would ask this, right? Because you had 8 years of a Democrat with Obama, right? And then you had a Republican, then you had a Democrat, now you got a Republican, right? So I have no idea why you people who share the same hue as me keep flagging Y'all are the worst gangbangers, fam. Y'all swear by this red or blue and Democrat Republicanness and the Democrats have ran it to the ground. Show me. Okay, listen. Now it's
I
time to
didn't
pull
bring up
out your.
neither one of them.
You did.
No, I
You
didn't.
actually
I
said,
said, I
sir,
asked
you
you
said
for
for
a
the last 20
solution.
years. No, sir, no, sir. You actually said for the last 20 years, this country was run by who? You said that, not me. That's why we on that diatribe. And this is why I continue to say, and I side with Beans when he, I don't like the name call it, but when Beans get to talk about conservative douchebags, yo, y'all are the worst, fam.
Not the
Like,
conservative.
and it's yeah, because in this moment, hey, Venus, I heard you say the other day, you know his tenants too. You,
That's
you and I forgot who was up here.
crazy.
Yeah. The fact that we know his,
We know
but
them
but
things, okay?
right, but here's the deal. I think what Venus has pointed out, it's with if we're at least honest, right? I think Josh is cool. I think he has represented himself as who he is. He ain't flipped, he ain't switched, he ain't did none of that the whole time, right? Like we gotta at least acknowledge that and be honest. And if we just gonna say, oh no, Josh is just that's the fringe, like he's no threat. He's just talking crazy. What do you mean? Republicans got our best interests at heart. Vote Republicans.
I
Man,
never asked that question. Listen, like you
Wait,
threw it
but
on a
he just sat
crazy.
here and named Christian nationalists who we said our goal right now is to pack government branches. And then he named out Christian nationalists who are being placed in those particular, well, I cannot talk, in those particular roles, right? Because they have long foresight. They played a long game. You know what he says to me, Eda Man? He said, because we need to make sure our agenda is being pushed no matter who's in office. That's what he said. He said, look, presidents come and go every 4 to 8 years.
bingo.
But the way we got our shit set up, we're slowly packing the government branches with Christian nationalists so that our agenda gets pushed no matter who the fuck is there. They're
I
very calculated.
I agree. Listen, I agree with everything you said, Venus, but I don't know why we got so far away from my question, right? Because we understand that they have an agenda. The question I'm asking is, what agenda do you guys think we should have in the black community? Because the point that I'm trying to help people understand is we arguing, and I know that Venus is not a Democrat or Republican. Which white man ideology should we agree with? And I'm asking, what is the ideology of black people? I think
But
that's a very
you're
fair question.
missing. We're not agreeing with no ideology. We're engaging with someone who has a strategy against black people.
And so I understand what either man is like about problem solving. I understand that either man, but sometimes I think we tend to jump too far ahead. Like right now, there needs to be a clear level of understanding, and we're still struggling with understanding what's happening and understanding the need for what Chicago Rilla said, like that togetherness. Because even Josh said it earlier, like to answer your question, he said we need to be on one accord. That's the answer to that question. We need to be on one accord as black people. That's the answer.
Guys, I gotta take off. My old lady be waking up here soon, and I gotta have this phone call. I apologize.
Josh, we'll be back Wednesday, right, Josh? Wednesday's good.
Yeah, I believe so. I gotta go up to Lake Ontario. Just give me a couple hours to iron that one out too, right? Because I do got something I gotta do up at Lake Ontario. No, actually, forget me right now. Y'all had this conversation. This conversation is valid. It's a valid point. Is what the hell are y'all gonna do? Hell, I'm curious to hear it. I just got to be on the phone right now. I apologize.
Exactly. That's why I was asking him what strategies he think that we can do. I'm quite sure he's not going to tell us exactly, but
yeah, like that's the point.
But that's the problem. We asking the white man what strategies we should.
Hold on.
That's the crazy part.
Wait, hold on, guys. I don't think there's anything wrong with picking his brain. Just because we ask him a question, even everything he's saying now doesn't make it God's law, doesn't mean it's all true. We still have to do our own due diligence, research these things for ourselves, and come up with our own plan. But I don't think it's a bad thing to ask him, though. If he says something worth listening to, okay, cool, we might consider that. If not, we throw it away.
But
But
that's
we
the
see,
problem.
okay,
No, but Venus, he already said that if he was black, he would do this, he would do that, and
no,
that went over people's head.
I don't like them saying like it's a problem with you asking. I kind of I do
No,
get.
Oh no,
you
I
can
wasn't
ask
saying that.
anything. You missing the point
I
that I'm
think
saying.
we should continue to build on the Black Panther Party 10-point program. I think that's the start.
I like that.
Hey,
No, for
hey
real.
I
Venus.
think I think that's the start, right? And then I'm gonna go on mute really quick. Did
Damn.
Eat Man drop? I hope he didn't. Robert, no, who is it? Russell Vaught. That's who I was thinking about. So the former Office of Management and Budget Director, Russell Vaught, is the leading proponent or leading advocate for Project 2025, who Trump has co-signed and brought on. That's who I was trying to figure out what his name was. The same Project 2025 that Trump said he ain't know nothing about. Now Eat Man saying, now he's saying he'd had a conversation with the man and had a change of heart. That's crazy. And we talking politics.
Hold on, let me say something to Imperious weird ass who's in
Uh-oh.
the back calling everybody up here all kind of retarded niggers with the ER. Um, get a fucking life. Like I don't know what else to tell you. You are going super hard because somebody won't let you on a panel, and you always do this like the entitled little white boy that you fucking are. Nobody has to let you any fucking where. He's like, we let you on white panels, bitch. It ain't about race. I don't want you on my panel. The end. Get the fuck on. And in what world am I gonna let you call people niggers with the ER as a black person? Bitch, this is not Chaotic Truth Channel. I'm not with the coon shit. Go over there with the fucking Nigerian and play those games. But get the fuck from around here. Pissing me off. Go ahead, Mufasa.
Hey Venus. Hey, I only came up here for one thing. I wish Josh didn't leave because like I said, I just had one thing, that I had to say, and I especially wanted to ask Edom Man because I know Edom Man has really been around here for a while. Now I'm gonna just say this: I think Josh is playing on what we already think, and in my opinion, I think Josh is grifting like a motherfucker, and I don't think he's been like this, and I'm about to explain to you why. Josh is married to a Vietnamese. Now, I don't know any of these. I know some Christian nationalist white boys down here. Married to a Vietnamese? Yeah, that's the first red flag. Second red flag, he's atheist. You a national Christian, you ain't even Christian. I ain't never heard of that. That's number two. He's been around here 4 years, Venus. He ain't never said anything like this. I wanted to ask Edom Man.
No, he did. Me and him met first time he came here like last year. Because I was confused about that Christian that was like one of our first conversations. I didn't really understand, but I'm with you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Now my thing is even because I wish I wanted to ask Fatty. Do you know how much Josh has been around Fatty like over the last 3 to 4 years? And see, Fatty's politics is extremely liberal. So I'm thinking like I said, Fatty and Josh have had some disagreements. But my thing is, like I said, I think Josh was conservative. This whole white Christian nationalist, I think it's a grift.
It is.
I think it's a grift. You
right.
remember this?
No,
you remember him?
I thought he been showing out in the Risky Discord the whole time. No,
he ain't been on this Christian nationalist stuff over there.
The reason that I was interested in having this conversation in the first place is because I knew that he was an atheist, and then another thing that I knew is that he normally did not talk like this. I felt like he was playing on people emotions, say, oh, these are the people they got a problem with, so let me make them into the bad person and align with those people. That's what I was thinking. So I was like, so let's challenge what he's saying. And so the point of me challenging what he was saying was that it's like, hey, do you even align with these people that you quote unquote say are being put into place? Because he said that they done been from the beginning of the time. If they done been around since the beginning of the time, why haven't you aligned with them from the beginning of the time?
I don't think that's a good question. Okay, so Mufasa, I'll say this. Let's just say you're 1,000% correct, and he's grifting, and he's full of shit. Everything he said is true, though. Like when we look at Project 2025, everything he said is true. So that's why I'm not really concerned. about whether or not he's grifting, but when he talks about what their agenda is, and we match that up with what's in Project 2025 and cross reference to what the president's been doing so far, it all lines up. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It all lines up.
No, but the biggest thing is whatever I look for, I believe that I can paint that picture.
I want to look for black women being a president. I ain't gonna find that in Project 2020. That's not true. That is not true.
No, you're missing the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is when you have like Project 25, it covers so much that eventually not only the quote unquote Republicans, the Democrats are going to do something that aligns with Project 2025 because how big it is.
Yeah, that's true. But what the Democrats...
Wait, give me an example. No, don't let him skate out of there. Give me an example of something that Democrats would do that aligns with Project 2025.
I think
because Democrats, that's a conservative think tank. But I just want to clarify for the people.
Let me answer your question.
I'm gonna let you eat, man. I just want to clarify for the people who may not know. Project 2025 is a conservative think tank led initiative. Yes.
Yes.
And Josh even said there are...
Wait, hold on. His question.
He's so excited.
Hold on, Eda, man. This is going to add context for you, to your point. Josh stated yesterday that, hey, there are some things in that damn project that us Christian nationalists are not in agreement with. However, we understand working with our enemies and you got to give something to get something. So even if you did answer this question, it wouldn't change anything. Like, they're willing to compromise on some things, whatever they need to do to push their agenda.
Okay, so
what's your answer?
So my answer is one thing that I believe that the Democrats and Republicans have aligned with and did the same of was definitely the immigration process, kicking people out. I know we want to make it seem like this is something new, kicking people out of the country. It's just one group was very loud with it and one group was very secretive with it.
Man, you say wait. Eda, man, you know I'm in Chicago, right?
Yes, sir.
You know I was just over there with having a whole meltdown around what just took place in South Shore. And you saying the Democrats align with Republicans in Project 2025 on immigration?
Yes, I think Obama was a good example of showing that he was aligning with the Republicans on how he was moving with immigration.
So Obama, who was the same tool that I guess Venus was saying Josh referenced, right, to get the agenda enacted. You're saying Obama took cues from the Republic. That's wild.
The thing is, even if he did, what either man is not wanting to acknowledge, it seems, is that Obama do any of this shit you see happening today?
Yes.
Where?
Like, I think Obama was one of the greatest deporting chiefs of the world. I think what he did was he did it quietly.
How about
the
Biden?
difference between when we talk about deportation, the difference between Obama and Trump, one is loud and one did it in silence. That's the only difference.
How about Biden? Did Biden deport in the same numbers that Trump or Obama did?
Biden was lost in the sauce. Listen, we still don't know what Biden did. Listen,
again.
What else?
Have no idea what Biden did.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. My bad, Venus. Go ahead.
Be selfish, but that immigration stuff don't really affect me as an American. So, what else are the Democrats in alignment with in Project 2025 that's going to affect us? What would that be?
I believe restructuring the education system. I believe that the Democrats. Give me 1 second. Let me get inside my shop.
Yeah.
I don't know. That windmill. Hey, Venus, when y'all used to fight in the streets of Brooklyn, remember how y'all used to put your Vaseline on, take them hoop earrings in front of the ice cream truck, just get the windmill, and that's what we finna see right now.
Yeah. So while
he's Eda, man.
Right. While he's going, Mufasa, did you have anything else? Because that's kind of my thing. I'm just looking at like what's happening. Whether or not Josh is grifting, irrelevant to me because everything he said, I can pretty much match up with what's on Project 2025 and what the president has literally been doing. And when he says like, oh, we have Christian nationalists here, here, and here, and I could Google these names, he ain't lying. So, I mean, you know.
Yeah. Well, no, I just pretty much came up here to say what I thought about him. As far as, you know, segueing that into the politics, I ain't really come up here to say nothing. I don't really think that's fair.
I got you.
So I ain't gonna really even speak on the politics. I just think Josh full of shit.
He might be.
Yeah, I hope he listening, because I was trying to get up here and say something before he left. I just think he full of shit. I don't remember him being this. Like, yeah, no. And like I said, he might have had some views, but it seems like since he came back, I'm thinking like, man, you full of shit.
To be fair, did anybody give him a chance to say any of this? To be fair.
We talked to Josh for hours, man. Come on. That's
Yeah.
like, what the hell?
Hey, Mufasa, do you think Josh is like Remy from Higher Learning, though? You know?
What you mean? Hold on, Remy, what you mean? Like,
Do you remember Higher Learning with Michael Rappaport and the character that he played? You know, he was quiet, he was
yeah, he
low,
quiet.
and then when he got an opportunity, you know,
But see, Josh
pew,
won't never
pew,
Josh won't never quiet though.
Oh, Josh
He
says
always is talking.
he want to come talk to you. Hold on, move on. So.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
what's
but
up.
Venus-
Yeah,
Joshua, talk to your wife who's in China on the time zone. Why
Yeah.
you want to come argue? What the hell?
But to try to assassinate his character as a grifter and not address anything he's saying is like I'm just.
Wait,
I'm
hold on.
frustrated.
So I just want to give you some information you might not be privy to. We are all familiar with each other from other communities. There's other history and there's other things being considered to why Mufasa would be speaking like that. Just to be fair, I don't think he's trying to assassinate. You know, just so you know.
See, I know Josh. I know Josh is smart enough to pull this off too. He's smart enough to pull
I'm
this
gonna
off.
always say though, no matter if he's grifting or not, he ain't said nothing. That's a lie. When I look at the president and I look at Project 2025, so that's why, like, you see what I'm saying? Like, I get it, but the information is the information, you know.
And like new people like me that's new to the space, that information is irrelevant to me. I'm going by what he's saying for the last 3 days.
But it's okay. He about to come back. Mufasa said, "I had enough of your grifting.
that's a good point.
Ass back." You know.
My thing is, he can say anything, but he didn't say it and got him on more than he, in front of any camera than he ever been. That's one thing. Like,
one thing about our community, y'all listen. Y'all are very quick to dismiss shit y'all don't want to hear. So listen, but got him where? Where has he been? He been over here. He been on him. Where he been? He been in the same place. Right?
So, Mufasa, I'll answer your question. Which do you think that Hamp never covered Christian nationalism on a topic? Matter of fact, specifically, I openly stated I was a Christian nationalist, and that would have been roughly around 2 years ago, give or take.
Yeah,
it's just nobody really asked the questions.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just, like I said, I'm just trying to rectify. Like I said, most Christian nationalists I know don't marry outside the country. And then on top of that, you lived outside the country. How long were you out? Because you just got back.
I worked for Department of State since I was like, I technically got hired when I was 21. I'm 41, right? So
yeah,
the vast majority of my life I've lived abroad.
Yeah, you lived abroad. And like I said, so, you know, my thing is, yeah, you might have had some traditionalist views, but they were more traditional in line with even what's going on over there. Like what's going on in Vietnam, like the traditional China. It was never no borderline white nationalist KKK conservatism.
The race concept. Yeah. So I'm not ethno-nationalist. I don't give a damn about skin tone. But to like lay claim that, I don't agree with this. Not only do I not agree with the agenda, I actually promote it, I enforce it in our town, and I economically fund it. Christian nationalism up until Project 2025, not this revamp, I think I'll have to get the other name for it now. It got revamped again. They keep doing that. that's just how it works, right? But prior to that, it was 3 lobby groups. So it was kind of like by a politician, right?
Yeah, one of the acronyms was NRA. I forget the NRA. The Heritage Foundation had a different name, you know.
Yeah, it's like it's just rebranding thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. This just seems weird, Josh. Like you kind of went away, you stayed gone for a while. You kind of
I was gone for the last 6 months because I was stationed in China.
Some people were rumoring, "Oh, Josh might not be with us no more," you know. And then you pop back up with this.
Sure,
and
sure.
It's like, I mean, go ahead.
But okay. So I'm gonna I'll re-ask exactly what Venus asked. Like that's the perfect question. Okay, let's concede the point. Say I'm just grifting on everything. What have I said that's been inaccurate?
Well, I hold on. I didn't say you grifting on everything, and then I said before you got up here that you that I know that you actually smart enough to pull this off.
Pull what off exactly?
My thing is, my thing is, I know that you're smart enough to talk about this. You know,
okay.
Like pretend you're for something you're not, just for the attention, like a grift. Like
my thing is, I think you traditionalism. My thing is, it's just like, wow, that this is a little far, and I don't remember you ever going this far. And I'm like, you know,
have you ever heard,
you've been around us, Josh? That's my thing. We've had conversations with you.
Hold up. Do you remember? Do you know who Miss Jenny is?
No, I don't know who Miss Jenny is.
So go look up Miss Jenny and ask her about who gets thrown in the volcano, how she got that reputation. That was specifically because of a question that was brought up. This idea of annihilating people is not a new concept. The difference is I paid attention and talked to y'all. Y'all being the black community, right? I've had conversations and asked you guys questions. Most people didn't ask me many questions. That's the only difference. That's why it would seem maybe shocking that I would have this stance. That was the thing.
Maybe you're right. Because maybe we didn't. We just kind of let you talk. You talked about some expertise you might have had, and you know your life over there. We didn't kind of.
Only on very few things. Mufasa, what was the main reason the women would beef with his ass? What was the main reason? How oppressive, right? Does it make sense that he want to take women's voting rights away? When everything that used to come out of his mouth was extremely oppressive to women. That's why we used to be on his ass.
Oh, that's true.
so Josh, when you say they didn't ask me questions, are you referring to males or the women?
No, the guys. So like the women, believe it or not, most talkative. So obviously because I'm a Republican, or obviously from that side, right? Most of my conversation would be like Callie, Bev. Pretty damn good on I would lay claim. Well, she has some pretty good takes on the left side when it comes down to economics. There's a lot of women they'll have the conversation about the numbers, right? And I don't dismiss people based off of a conversation, right? Like, okay, I might not agree with something, right? But let's hammer it out. What is the thing that is most important to you kind of concept, right? Because you're really trying to understand the other side. I have those conversations. And it was mostly the women that will generally have those conversations, where the guys, it's all about, we'll have the conversation only if it's fun.
Oh, so what he's saying is y'all don't take shit serious. That's what I heard.
Well, you know, it's got to be, you know, Bonnet Brigade and Black Woman Bad, and then, you know, we all in.
Yeah, the DNP conversations, yeah, there was a lot of that.
Yeah. But Josh, that was when you said Miss Jenny, were you saying Jenny that be over there at CT
Virginia
channel?
Jones? Yes.
That be over there Chaotic channel?
Sometimes she pops in. She's basically I think her name is Fundamentalist, I think is her.
Okay.
The whole reason she got the that whole reputation about throwing people in the volcano was because of a conversation we had.
Venus, you mind if I answer the chat question?
Of course. I'll put it up there for you.
The book is by Kevin Cruz. I had to put it down. I got halfway through it and I got so upset. I want to warn you that it's going to be a lot of names in there. I wrote down a lot of the names in there that I'm going to do some research. That's why I brought up Fitz. What's the guy name? Fitzfield to Josh, and he knew exactly who I was talking about. It's by Kevin Cruz, One Nation Under God. It shows how these nationalists infiltrated and made this Republican movement. I had to put it down. I got halfway through the book, Venus. I'm gonna pick it back up. I wanted to cry, you know.
Interesting. So I got a question, Josh. Why are you so open and willing to share all this information right now in the Black community?
So I haven't discussed anything that has mostly already been done. It's not like I'm giving away trade secrets kind of thing. It's really just about this is what we're trying to do, and it's kind of highly effective. And there's not much that can stop it.
Right. Okay.
So I'm all about anybody that wants to jump on the right? Like you want to vote Republican, here to sign you up, right?
And Venus, you see what's going on in the chat right now? The people are not understanding why he is talking to us because he's an atheist. He has no loyalty to Christian nationalists.
Don't be. No, that ain't it.
That ain't it.
Because he does have loyalty. It ain't what he really saying in a straightforward way.
No, I think the sister's trying to say there's no loyalty to God, right?
Yeah.
So I heard that if he doesn't have loyalty to God, then
So why wouldn't he not talk to us?
Yeah.
Well, no. What I heard him just say was the reality is everything that's planned, you guys don't have enough power to do shit about it. Therefore, I have no reason to not talk about it. And it's already written in Project 2025, and it's already happening. So what the fuck do I need to hide for? That's kind of what I just heard.
All right, I agree to that.
Yeah, but to Mufasa, I'm just curious, Josh, because I was in the Discord and then I dipped out. Were you always on this type of time? Because I remember when Venus said the girls the young ladies, I'm sorry, when the women was getting on your tail or whatever, whoop-de-woo. Like, I remember that. I remember it being rambunctious in there and I dipped out or whatever.
Right.
So much of what you're saying doesn't surprise me now. Is this entirely new? Or, how long have you held these views? And is it truly as you saying, like, I held these, y'all just never asked me?
About 14 years. I used to be, previous to that, I was a staunch traditionalist. Some people would call it conservative. I just preferred the traditional stances.
I don't know.
That's an educational lie, Venus. We need to know all these terms.
What are the terms?
Politics is nasty, right? Like the labels kind of tend to change.
Traditionalists, because we're privy to what Republicans and Democrats and conservatives and liberals, right? But he's throwing out terms that I have an idea of, I don't have knowledge of. So that could be a good live as well.
Yeah, because I did a show on political dog whistles, and we could do a part 2. He could give us some more.
I don't know. It's just hard to reconcile this white nationalist with someone who's been abroad 14 years, married somebody not from America, and kind of assimilated into their culture. But he's a white Christian nationalist.
There's your problem again. It's the premise is wrong. You keep calling me a white nationalist. I don't give a damn about skin tone. So I'm not a white nationalist.
Okay, a Christian nationalist that's an atheist. And they never mention God. My thing is,
go back. Do you think that a Christian nationalist is a political movement or a religious movement?
Well, my thing is, you're the first person that's telling us it's a political movement.
It's been a political movement. This has been.
And you're an atheist.
Even on Hamp's panel, this has been explained this way. Okay. This ain't new.
Look, Mufasa, look at
That's
Google.
Fine.
Christian nationalism is a political ideology that merges American national identity with Christian identity, asserting that the U.S. was founded as a Christian nation and should be governed by Christian principles.
Well, Mufasa, you need to go buy that book, One Nation Under God.
I know. I just never heard an atheist talk like this. They've never
it
come
doesn't
in,
matter.
So
it
he's
doesn't
the first
matter.
one. He's the first one.
It's because you hear the word Christian. Would you rather me call it Islamic nationalist?
No, I just never heard an atheist talk like this.
Right. So
you heard Trump talk.
Trump's not claiming to be atheist.
But a lot of them, what I'm figuring out, Mufasa, is these people can't truly be the type of Christian you think they are and do the things they do. So that, I mean, you know, like I'm kind of with Josh. I think they'll use whatever tool necessary, the same way slave masters were Christians too, right? They don't care about that shit. They understand it's a useful tool. We want to operate by Mosaic law or whatever the hell laws, and we could use this to appeal to Christians. We are not really Christians, though.
Maybe.
That's what it is.
Let me say this, and I got a dip, man. This is what
Welcome
I heard.
back, Josh. Welcome back, Josh. You came back with
this
a
what
bang.
I
I'll
heard,
say that.
Josh. This is what I heard him saying the whole time for these last three shows that Venus been having. I'm the Broad Street bully, right? And I'm on the side that's willing to do whatever, right? So even when he broke down the Christian nationalist perspective, that makes sense because look who they herald Mufasa as the premier spokespeople for Christianity, in the White House. These are people that we would, like, oh no, when you talk about the Paula Whites and the Kenneth Copelands and so on and so forth, blah, 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 right? So when he lays out the agenda of how these people is moving in terms of bulldozing on some get down or lay down, it make perfect sense. And it ain't got nothing to do with the Torah or the Pentateuch or, the King James or whatever version of the Bible you read. It got nothing to do with that. It got everything to do with manipulating your mind and putting you in subjection. And if you ain't on this campaign, you gonna get steamrolled on. That makes sense to me to what he's saying. I'm saying, how can we better be prepared if all we keep doing is arguing amongst each other about black women bad and black men ain't shit and this, that, and the third? Why they clicking up whole time?
And guess what? You know what was very interesting for me, Chicago? When this man said they even strategize against the trash. Like, how
Yeah.
what are we going to, what is our first cause of action?
Wait, I want Mufasa to read this. Look, a Christian nationalist is an adherent of a political ideology that seeks to fuse Christian and national identities. While the ideology draws on Christian imagery and language, a deep, authentic belief in God is not a prerequisite for being a Christian nationalist. The movement is driven more by political and cultural goals than by religious conviction. You see that? They're just using that shit.
Oh no! You know what? I can see. I still think he up to something.
These are the descendants of the slave masters.
Like I said, I can see he just been gone for 6 months. Then they said he was dead. Then he didn't just popped up talking like this. I was a little skeptical, but that's all.
What does that have to do with what he's saying?
I agree. But
so Mufasa, what would be your 10 points of course of action?
Cyber, please let him finish.
It's not even about any of that. It's not even about the conversation. My thing is about where the hell you been? You dipped off acting like people hurt your feelings and then play dead and then come back with all of this stuff. Like, first off, what are you doing, sir? We never really mess with you like that anyway. And then you come back with this stuff. Like, it's just weird. It don't have nothing to do with just the conversation itself. I believe you've been, like I said, you know what? I can see that point. It's just like, man, I don't, this dude, he back. Where the hell you been?
You don't trust the source. I understand.
Yeah. But all this stuff is exactly right. You true. You know what I mean? You right about the Christian nationalist is the ideology. I can see that point. I'm just like him, like, you been gone for 6 months. You left on the terminal, then you come back. There's rumors that you're gone, and now you come back. I'm in the States. I ain't abroad no more. And yeah, I'm just thinking twice about it.
And he's showing his face now. He wasn't. Remember, he
was never doing that. I'm like, what is he on?
I saw that the other day too. I was like, I had never seen dude before. He showed his face. But Mufasa, what does that say about us if he's that comfortable to play in our face like that? And we cool with it.
But this is the thing. I don't want to cape for him because I don't know that man. He could be doing who the fuck knows. But again, I'm just looking at information versus what's in Project 2025 versus what we've seen the president do. And I'm focused on not the person, but what he said. And it looks to be like he ain't making shit up. Whatever his reasons are for saying it, but he's not lying. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the part that's most important. He didn't say anything that wasn't true. So maybe I'm missing something because
No. I agree with you, Venus. I thank you again for having the conversation. I will say at first I was like, man, why is he over here talking to Woo? And he talking da 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 da. But again, I've been paying attention for the last two sessions. And no, somebody got to have the conversation in the way that you having it. All that's valid. And I think everything that we bring into the table is valid except for Eat a Man. But let me get out of here and let you good people enjoy your night, man. I appreciate you, V. I'll holler at y'all in a minute.
All right, really. And Venus, you know what I think it is? I think more of a Christian nationalist. I think of Imperious. Even a guy that's maybe not here, but maybe like an angry snowman. I'm sorry, I probably shouldn't say that. But I'm thinking about them guys. And I'm thinking like them guys, I'm not saying they Christian. I'm just saying more so that mold. And I'm like, Josh, when the hell Josh get like this? But anyway, you know what?
Those might be the ethno-nationalists he spoke of, because he spoke of like two extremes. Like the Christian, that's why he was like, don't call me white, because he's saying those are the ones who are it's all about race.
Yeah, like Imperious.
Yeah.
I think he's one.
So they probably both won. That's why Imperious was in the back saying he's not a real Christian nationalist because he's not on the super racist part. But he was saying that they are the ethno-nationalists and then the regular Christian nationalists.
Or thinking they the chosen ones by God and using the Bible for their own perverted bull crap. Like, that's probably what Imperious do, why Imperious is like a quintessential one. But I can see your whole point where Josh is one too. And I have to concede that, you talking like, you know what? Josh can be one too, just because he atheist. Because I'm like, he atheist, he married a Vietnamese wife. He ain't even been in the United States for the last 14 years. Like, what?
This is why I've been on this since and this before Josh came around. I did a show on this you was here like 3 weeks ago about when we was looking into Charlie Kirk. I'm like, wait, what's this Christian nationalist stuff? Right. And I started looking into it and then realizing, like, okay, you don't even have to really be a believer. Look at the definition.
Yeah.
But
at that point, you right.
Like, fooling all the Christians into supporting the movement, because most people are in here Christian and it's like, oh, okay.
And see, you know what, Venus, when me and you was talking about it, and when I did my show, I focused more on the scam of the ones who were religious.
Yeah.
How they co-opted them. I ain't even getting to the fact of the ones that won't religious believe. I'm thinking like, atheists believe this mess too. They didn't got it from both sides. So I concede because I'm learning every day. You know what I mean? I'm learning every day, but I'm like, damn, atheists is coming from that shit too. Like, I knew the Bible, but the so-called Bible thumping ones, the one that think they the Bible ones. I knew they was coming from that side.
But it makes sense because look at why people hate Christianity, right? Why look at the slave masters were Christians, right? Think about that. So to think that these people who use this title are these like upright moral people, they've never been, Mufasa, never. These are the descendants of those people who were using the Bible and doing all types of ungodly things to us back then. These are their children. That's all.
Yeah. And you know what? Made me think it made me look at all atheists different. Because like I said, I'm thinking like, whoa, this isn't the normal mold of an atheist, but it's like, make you look at them a little different. A lot of them white atheists that don't believe in God, make you look at them a little different.
Man.
That's okay.
So this is, and I'm with you. I want you to trust your intuition, Black man. Okay, if you feel like there's something ain't right with your spirit, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just focused on like whether he grifting or not. I don't care. The information is enlightening me and some others for damn sure.
Yeah. It's like he always been scared to talk because I work for the government, I work for the state. And it's like, you coming out now saying this shit? Working for the State Department, bro? It's like, this ain't no way to keep your job, is it? I don't know. It's just anyway, you completely right on the white Christian nationalist thing. I'm just like,
and he'll be back. So if you got more questions, shit, it is what
I just can't believe he coming out now saying all this with your job and all this shit. Like, man,
yeah, something.
You used to be scared to talk.
The job part is questionable because you're right.
He used to be scared to talk.
his face before, and he wasn't like so openly saying these things before. So could it have been a job? I know he told me he changed his job. I know he told me that in the background. So maybe he has a little more freedom than when he was like doing what he was doing before.
Good point.
But he still works for the government. I'm confused. He still works for the government, but
yeah, he was secretive over there living with them, got in their culture and everything. So I'm like, whoa, it can change. You can came back. I'm paying attention. I've been looking. I've been listening.
He said, Venus, he said he was your enemy. What part didn't you understand? Why do you think I don't understand? He also said we don't mind working with our enemy to get what we want. Did you hear that part?
Yeah.
There might be something in this for Josh, to Mufasa's point, that we're just not catching. Who knows? But please don't get it twisted. I absolutely understand. But grifting, I just don't think he's doing that, because I remember getting into it with him about this Christian nationalist stuff a year ago, and I had way less of an understanding of what it was. Yeah. But I do remember it being a comment. This is not the first time he told. It's not. It's not. I promise you, it's not, Mufasa. He brought this up before. He ain't never go into all these details, but he's definitely talked about this shit before.
Yeah, I can agree to that. He just might got something up his sleeve now. I'm just wondering, what the hell you doing all this now for? That's okay. It's still much needed conversation. Thank you for having it. And you know,
why you here? I got a quick question for you.
Yeah, what's that?
What you think about kind of what Coffee just wrote, like how we, like Black people, say way too much in public, and how they're just kind of unaware of how that information is like gathered, studied, and leveraged, and none of the Black people seem to have an awareness of this or care.
Well, I think we do. I think you know how it is when that one white person come in here, like, what you in here for? Like, that's almost like the reason why he kind of got kicked out of Discord the last time. You know, like he helped build it, but he was, you know, but like I said, I knew he'd get into it with some people, but like I said, he just wasn't never this open with it. You know, but it does make you think, like, every time one come in the room, I mean, you kind of hate to be like that, but it's like every time one come in the room, you know.
I'm not talking about in the room. I'm talking about like not being mindful of like all of these conversations are on the internet for anybody. People who will never touch the chat, people who you will never know are listening. And it seems to be a lack of like discernment when maybe certain things shouldn't be said all over the internet and in public, but like it's just reckless in our community with like not safeguarding any damn thing.
That could be true. That could be true, because a lot of us that go over there damn sure don't infiltrate them and listen in on what the hell they got going on. We don't really care that much, you know. And so, you know, like I said, for some reason we'll see some people pop up over here every now and again on the panel, but like you said, it's even more in the chat that just could be listening. You know, that could be an angle we missing.
Yeah, and I want to say something, and the Black man ain't gonna like it, but I'm gonna just be all the way honest. Because I've been in environments where he was. The reality is he was not really given much chance to speak. I'm just going to be honest. Had people maybe given him a listen, they might have caught some of this shit before. I'm just going to be 1,000%. From what I've seen, there wasn't a lot of tolerance, right? And I get it. I'm not mad at y'all, but I think sometimes that could work against you. So, yeah, maybe you don't recall him speaking about it. I don't recall him being given the floor to speak about much, to be honest. So how would anybody know?
Could be right. Probably all right. You know, the more I think about it, I'm thinking like, man, you won't talk too much, but then he's like, how much did we ask? Probably for the most part didn't care what he thought.
Exactly.
You know, and it's that
nobody cared what he thought. The most I remember asking him in Discord, well, what are you around Black people for? I remember this conversation, and he said the same shit he said then. So I don't know if he got his lie straight or he's serious, but he said this yesterday. He told me the same thing in Discord. He said the family aspect about the Black community is what I kind of don't understand, because we don't have that. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, because like cousins, for example, you guys seem to like have a very close knit thing with extended family, and we don't kind of operate that way. I don't really understand that. What I did figure out about Josh, and I know if you're listening, Josh, you are studying the Black community. I don't know why, but I do gather this much. You are. I don't think you're just around for family values, or like I can't exactly figure out why, but I think there's like obviously a deeper reason you're like observing and so engulfed in our community. And I do understand, I do know that much. I don't exactly know what your intentions are, but I'm just being honest and being fair. We can't say he hid all these things when nobody wanted him to chime in on no conversations. Nobody wanted to hear what he was fucking saying. You know what I'm saying? That's why his little feelings was hurt. You understand?
No, we thought he was the
I
Fed.
agree. Venus, because he said earlier, he don't understand the defeatist mindset. He said that. He said that he don't understand why we're not fighting for our children's education, and he's curious about it. Why he's curious, I don't know.
So I'm just saying it is what it is. No point in crying over spilled milk. But if I'm just being fair to the environments I was in with him, he was not really being questions about shit. Nobody gave a fuck about what he was talking about. It was more like shut him up, not let's pick his brain. That's just, I'm being honest. I'm the only person that was like, oh, let me do that right now. So that's why it's happening. But other than that, nobody really cared.
I mean, he's more tolerable than imperialist, that narcissist.
Well, I'm gonna be honest, it just depends on the situation. Sometimes when Black people are gathering and we're having Black centric conversation, you don't want to hear no fucking outsider who don't know shit about shit with a million questions. Like, nigga, we don't want to hear that shit. I get it. But I'm saying I believe that was the issue to why nobody got to understand him more and what he's thinking. Nobody cared.
Yeah, and if he come in the group with us, you might want to listen to what we talking about. We ain't asking you shit.
That's a fact. Listen, it's hard as a Black person getting in like that. We're naturally like,
but we probably should have, you know.
But to be fair, we do that shit to each other. Like if you come in here with some dumb shit, yeah, shut up. We don't want to hear that shit. So I get it, but I'm just saying, to be fair, I do recall part of why he was upset was feeling like I don't get to ask questions. I remember that being the problem. So it ain't like he was given the floor to even say any of this shit. He wasn't.
Yeah. And maybe that's our fault. We just more so like, yeah, fuck him, get rid of him. It's
right.
Like,
hold on. Shout out to PJ with the $5. Yes, PJ. He said in the book of Proverbs, wisdom is referred to as a woman. And that is not a coincidence. Great show, Venus. You holding it down. Period. It took a woman to do what the man can't do, you know? Like the Bible says, a woman with the wisdom. You know what I'm saying? You know? Wait, I got more super chat, y'all. Hold up. Who this? Omega Dress. Thank you for the $5. Says evil never dies. Project 2025 is nothing compared to Josh Extremist. I don't know. I don't know if we fully thoroughly understanding things. Thank you, Omega Dress, for the $199. He says, Holy Wars, Mega Death. Thank you, Omega, again for the $199. He says, bah, sheep call me Black Phillip. You calling us sheep? Yeah. Thank you, PJ, for the $5. He says, law number 2, never put too much trust in friends. Learn how to use enemy. Is that like 48 Laws of Power stuff? I think it is. It says law number 2, never put too much trust in friends. Learn how to use enemies.
Yeah, that sounds like Laws of Power.
Omega, thank you for the $199. Josh is Eminem's stepfather. He hates also his mom. Thank you, Lauren, for the $20. She says, the biggest question I have is what now? You know more than you did before this conversation. How will your actions change going forward? Great show. Thank you, Lauren. Okay, I think I'm done. If y'all have any final words, I think it's time to end the show. I'm tired as hell.
I'll just say great show. I look forward to hearing you expound on this topic to solutions and course of action.
want to thank you, honey. Thank you for coming up. Please feel free to come up. I want more women to come hit the panel, and I like that you're like very well read and well versed on these things. So it's important that you come back. Thank you. You seem to know a lot more than me.
I'm
HT
gonna
Bull,
put something in the back check for you to look up. I don't want to say it on a live.
and if you have a way you're comfortable with, like an email or just some way I could reach you, please put it back there, okay? Um, HT Baldwin says, once you know he's a white nationalist, what is there to pick his brain about? I know what he's going to do at the end of the day. See, that's the problem. This is my issue with the black men. HT Baldwin, y'all are so quick to see the problem, dismiss somebody. This how you miss all of this information in front of your face because you're so quick to throw somebody away. You said once we know he's a white nationalist, what is there to pick his brain about everything I just did for the past 3 days? Probably more. I didn't know they were strategically packing out the government 2 branches. Did you know that? I didn't know. I didn't know.
Have been
Right, like I didn't know the
for a very
president
long time.
appointed white Christian nationalist as the head of the Department of Education. Did you know that? Like, let's not do the whole "what's the point?" Nah, there's a point.
It go deeper too. Like it's local mayors, governors, school boards. This go deep.
Yeah, I don't know what else to do. This is where I be getting like kind of frustrated. I don't know what else to do with y'all. Like, I don't know. And I'm shocked that you HC bought one because I know you're very smart. You're very sharp. I'm just saying like that might be the one flaw in the men in general that I'm kind of seeing. Y'all were too quick to dismiss somebody. Don't be so quick to do that all the time.
I think it's an excuse not to do the work.
Look at this. She says, how the F he gonna teach you about black people? When did I ask the white man to teach me about black people? This is the like, I don't understand.
Yeah, she had been saying shots at you this for a while.
So either 2 things going on with her. This is a troll page and it's really a man and probably somebody I know who just wants to insult me. Or this is a woman who's a complete fucking idiot. I'm sorry. That's how I feel about you, sis. If you are a woman, because you've been here throughout these shows, and this is all you've gathered from all of these hours of conversation, you're fucking stupid. Period, point blank. And I hope you don't got no kids. I'm sorry. Because y'all can't be the people Israel think is going to be teaching the kids the math, science, and black history and all this shit. It can't be y'all. Ain't no fucking way.
You know what? I've been wanting to address the parenting of women, but no one wants to tell the truth.
Well, shit, we could do a whole show about it. You put your contact back in.
Yeah, and I'm gonna come. I have a whole different thought process when it comes to that.
Are you in Discord?
No, for some reason I was trying to send Mr. Bracy something. I have to see what's going on with my Google. I might have to get a new one. I don't know how to get into my Google account. I forgot the password, so I can't even send super chats or anything.
Okay, so you can send cash apps though. We don't want to hear that shit. But look,
I don't have that.
Check your email, okay? I'm gonna email you.
I can send you a Zelle shit all day, but I would have to have, that's getting too personal. But I'm gonna try to fix it so I can support.
But what do you want to briefly say about the women's parenting?
Because so you guys were talking about it yesterday with Izzy. I'm not into the back and forth. I'm into like really talking about the issues, right? And you said something that was spot on. You said, how do you expect women to teach their children, right, when they're single parents? And I think that if we can invest in our kids outside of, because we can't change the public. They're going to public schools, like you're saying, right? But you can also invest in outside tutoring, education. It shouldn't be an excuse of why your children is reading below the level that they're reading. And
I
are we are
I
and
agree
can
with you with
we
that, but I'm
yeah.
gonna ask you a question that I think Israel
Uh-huh.
is cognizant of either. What do you think the education level is for some of those parents?
It's not there. It's below average. The average person just has a high school diploma. And Black men, I've heard them say all the time, they don't care about education. So it was quite interesting that Israel was, talking the way he talking. When we hear the sentiments of these men talking about, we don't care about your education, we don't care about going to school and stuff like that.
Yeah,
But as
you
Black women,
basket weaving
huh?
degree and all this stuff.
Yeah, that they downplay education. So as Black women, if they're using it to weaponize, it's so basically they're saying they're weaponizing the low educational levels of our kids because we the ones are or we the ones that are raising these kids, right? So it's weaponized against us. So my thing is, how can we negotiate through that weaponization of them? So I suggest invested in tutoring. If you can't do the math, you can pay someone to teach your child the math. If you can't read, you can pay someone to teach your child how to read.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
know, because we don't have institutions, we don't have schools, we don't have these things. We have to send our kids to these schools. Like you were telling Izzy, like he making it seem like we just have this Wakanda somewhere. No, we have to work, And then what was very interesting to me is that he never mentioned the absent father. I thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, and so just so I'm clear, because I think yesterday people misunderstood me as if I'm saying you should solely rely on public school to teach your kid and you should not invest time at home teaching your kid. That's never what I'm saying. And you should spend as much time as you can reading, math, spelling, whatever the hell it is, with your child. But what I'm doing is looking at what's happening now. And I just don't think it's realistic to expect people who are barely able to get their kids above basic math and reading levels to all of a sudden become these home scholars who teach all these. I just think it's great. That's what it should be, but it's an unrealistic expectation. Is all I was saying.
Yeah, and a realistic expectation would be paying an extra $30 here and there
I agree.
to get your child up to the level they're supposed to be. There's no more excuses. I think it's time. That's why I changed my name to Stop the Cap. I'm done with the excuses. There's no more excuses. Black women got to get it together. If they're telling us that we're the reason why these kids are dumb, we're gonna have to change it.
Well, how about this? And the people don't like when I say this, but stop fucking having them. Start with that. Like if you,
But
I'm gonna be honest.
yeah,
If
that's
you know
another
you
6-hour live right there, Miss Venus.
if you know you ain't got the time, the resources, or the desire to pour into a human consistently, maybe you should stop popping them the fuck out. We can start with that. And yeah, I do agree with you. People single being a single mom is I'm not gonna like even try to minimize those women because I don't have children. So I would never want to say something to make it seem like their job is easy. I don't want to do that. But I do agree there are single mothers who get it done. Right. And I
Of
understand
course.
everybody's support system is different. Everyone's education level is different. I do understand everybody's work schedule is different. Living situation. I understand. There are several factors that go into why you may or may not be able to do a thing. But I do agree at the end of the day, your child's education needs to be top priority. Because again, I feel like my community lacks foresight, right? Where does this show
Mhm.
up? Let's look at corporate. Let's look at who's in leadership in some of these top companies. Where did they go to school? Like I love to say reverse engineer. Let's reverse engineer. Let's start at the fucking top. Okay? So when we look at people in this country who earn the highest, where did they go to school? And how the hell were they even able to qualify to get in said school? They had to know some shit. They had to be smart, very smart. You guys need to prioritize your kids' education. That's where I do agree with Izzy. I don't give a fuck if you gotta stay up till midnight. When you get home at 8 o'clock, wake that little fucking kid up. Hey, it's time for us to study for 2 hours. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, it really is that serious.
And education is the only thing that's going to allow us to infiltrate these factions because they're infiltrating it. Why we not?
Like
that's a fact. That's a fact, man. One thing, hey Venus, before I got there, I want to say great show, and I gotta say this. I was listening yesterday, man. As a North Carolina native, man. Now I know he is in his late 40s. I'm 41. I got a sister that's 41 and another sister that's 52. It all graduated out of these North Carolina schools. Bruh, is cap. They did not teach him to hate himself in that school. They just admitted stuff like everybody else did. They didn't tell you about everything, just the basic ones, Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks. I'm like, God damn, he's shitting on Raleigh. He's shitting on North Carolina. I'm like, oh, come on, that's cap, bro. That's cap. You got nah, man. Nah, like I said, nah, man. I agree with you, Venus. It's like you gotta have some of it in the schools because, like Freezy said, it's sow the seed. It's sow the seed to get you to go look for more. That's what it always did for me for Black History. So you always teach as much of it as you can, and then you hopefully sow the seed so you go on your own and get with your parents and get with your elders and community, and you learn more about Black history. But nah, man, they won't teach you to hate yourself down here in Carolina, bro. Come on, you got to stop that.
What did you think about that whole thing? And I want your opinion before you go on the single moms, like, because you're a married man. But if you just had to suggest, right, like the situation being what is being with the moms, some of them have 2 jobs, some of them work and they go to school. And because there was somebody, I gotta find the research, but there was like a correlation between like highly educated women or highly successful women and uneducated kids, meaning the reason she was so highly educated is because she was spending all her time on her own shit. You know what I'm saying? And the kid by default is being neglected, right? But thank you, because I didn't want to call Izzy. I don't know. I never went to school in North Carolina. I'm from New York. And what you said is true. They didn't give me the rundown of every Black everything, but there was definitely a presence, which I thought was important for my young Black mind to understand while I'm learning history. Oh, people that look like me did this. Oh, they did that. And Black people sometimes were those teachers, most of the time, actually, who was delivering that information. All of that was important. Maybe that's why I know shade. But certain people who have the low racial self-esteem I speak of, maybe that's why I don't have it. The whole time I was in school, even as a child, there were examples of Black people being innovative put in my face. Even if it was like minimal, it was a presence always. I was being reminded one way or the other. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. This, I don't know. The single mom thing, it's just kind of, I don't know. A lot of it's just like, it's hard to know what to do about that. My initial thing is that I always say, man, look, we need a drastic change. We need a drastic change. And I think that, a lot of people might not agree with this, but I say, shoot, the biggest change we need in our community is get these kids to their dads.
But that single mother stuff, that woman is in such a survival mode. She just trying to make it out of poverty, and by default, she neglects her children. So Black women got to step it up. If you're making this money, pay someone to fill in the void.
Oh, and I just came up with an idea. I agree with him. If the fathers are available, maybe that's a good idea. I just don't think the fathers are as available as Mufasa likes to think they are.
Well, no, Venus. This how we change it.
Wait, let me tell you. Wait, hold on. Let me tell you how I know. If they were available the way you think, the kids wouldn't be failing, right? Because even though I'm not with this man, when it's report card time and it's PTA time, and I'm showing him your kid is failing, he ain't doing shit. I don't believe these fathers are as available as you think, Mufasa, because you know it, I know it. No man in his right mind is going to see that and just let that shit slide. So I have to believe a lot of them, there is no man. He's not involved.
Well, no. Yeah, currently how it is now. But I'm saying exactly how the stats say that 85% of the mothers get custody. I say change this whole system around. Force them. Force them. No, you went out there and made that. Guess what? You gonna have the child, and she gonna have the freedom to go out there and work as much as she want, and all that bullshit that you think you gonna do. And like guess what? And guess what? And all these men gonna think about where they place their dicks at, because you know you getting the child. You can't run off by law. They coming to hunt you down like they hunt child support. They gonna hunt you down with their kid. And guess what? The women also gonna change too. Because if you with a man that you're not gonna be with, most of them not gonna just want to have babies and leave them with the man.
Oh my God! I think president, yes, that is the best solution I heard in my life. Oh
so I think we can all change it around.
I wonder how many women would be willing to pay child support.
Some will.
No, it's gonna be no choice. He's saying switch it.
I pay that $40 a week. I pay that with the quickness.
And that man gonna think twice about knocking you up. Because that 85%, that kid coming to you, brother, you better understand. If you just want to be out here spreading your seed, okay, they all coming to stay with you. And all your baby mamas, guess what? You're gonna see how it feels. I think we got it backwards. I think if we do it like that, we more prone to stay together. Because women don't want to have these kids and give them 85% to the father, and these men don't want to be taking these kids like that. So guess what? Y'all better get it together.
Yes, primary custody goes to the men. I like it. And then, yeah, because I don't think they're gonna be so reckless popping babies up, because now you're forced to you can't just abandon them.
Oh yeah, you got 4 baby mamas, you got 4 kids. Let's see. They all staying with you. They all staying with you, and you think what you think you would go to jail?
I agree 50%. I'm not sending my daughters over there. I send the sons, but not the girls.
You don't have no choice when Mufasa
and that's what needs to happen. If you got a kid with that man, if y'all break up, you send them kids with him. So it's best that you stay with them.
I send them boys, but
yeah, it's best that you go ahead and stay with them.
Cyber. Either you gonna do what we said in the court, or you're getting locked up. Like the men get locked up when they don't pay their child support. We will lock you up if you don't abide by our rules. When you break up with the man, he gets full custody, you get visitation, and you on child support, sis. That's how it's going, okay? Unless he don't want you on. You know how some women don't put the man, unless he say it's okay. But if he wants you on, I'm sorry, sis. It's for the greater good.
My girls, my girl.
Her
hair not gonna get done. She ain't gonna get no
I think it's really gonna affect us. I think it's really gonna affect us when these kids are young, because most men, they know these kids need their mother. So it's like, all right, look. You want to leave? Oh, I didn't leave. I don't found me another. Okay, don't worry about it. These kids coming with you. You think you go to that woman's house and laying up over there? No, you take all 4 of them with you.
Take all 4 of them with you.
He gonna sit his ass down.
So anyway, so Mufasa broke up with me, and he got a new girlfriend, and she want to play stepmama. I got 4 daughters. I don't feel like doing all their hair any fucking way. Let his girlfriend do their hair. I'm with it.
You get the lead. You bounce.
Yeah.
Yes, let your new girlfriend do my daughter's hair, buy her little cute shit, because women can't help ourselves when kids around us. We
could explore this option, but we have to bring in case studies. We'll have to bring in a lot of statistics, a lot of data to weigh the pros and cons.
And I know this how I get harassed, because I have like 7 nieces and they all got a lot of hair. So it's like,
but you know what this gonna show, Venus? You know what this gonna show? This gonna show that the women don't want to get these kids up.
Yeah, because if I had a kid, I couldn't imagine. I would die. Yep. Nobody's taking my fucking baby. Ain't no way.
That's why I say y'all need to stay together, because he don't want to raise them kids without you, and you don't want to leave them kids with him. Y'all gonna stay together and work this out. I guess what? Them kids are coming with you, brother. There ain't gonna be no free bachelor lifestyle. You got 2 babies to take care of. Ain't gonna be no just smashing all these women. Guess what? All the kids gonna be saying, "Is that our new mom?"
I want the standard child support. I don't want them to go based off my income. Give me the standard universal $40 a week.
That's not universal. We coming for that big check. You sound like you a tech girl or something.
Oh, yeah.
Do you work in corporate? We want that big check for this kid.
That Negro go get about.
Yeah.
Nah, let's do a universal standard. How much is a child every year? A child costs what, 16,000 a year?
15, 20% of your income by 18% of your
But
income.
they broke down the numbers. It's like 16 grand a year.
18% of your income, sis.
By 18% of your income. That's what we coming to get.
And we want that kid to live according to what his parents.
No, the daddy, he the leader. He's a breadwinner. You know, it's patriarchy. You know,
and guess who will be the baby daddies in society, Venus? We'll be the baby daddies in society.
She is like the baby daddy, huh? Look at her. She already trying to get out of her child support.
No, we'll be the baby mamas. We'll be the ones that the women be like, I don't want. He got all them kids. Everything will switch. We'll be the ones people turn their nose up at and saying we the problem. Because we done had all these kids.
Listen, I want universal child support across the board.
Nah, y'all ain't say that for the men. It's a lot of men.
Black women been getting $40 a week for 100 years plus. So yeah, I want the same. I want the same.
Whoa, let me tell you this.
Stop working, then.
Wait, hold on. As somebody who
quit my job. Oh man.
One of my family members on child support, and that shit, it ain't $40. It's fucking a lot, and it's an issue. So I just because I know somebody personally in real life, everybody ain't paying no $40. That's not how that goes.
Oh yeah, I know.
I mean, there are exceptions to the rules. But the average child support for the black woman is like $400 a month.
That's because all of them ain't paying.
But
that's what I want to pay. That's what I want to pay.
If you're a high earner and we made you sign that birth certificate, sis, you do not get to have a hot girl summer. No, we want that money.
But I'm trying to go to Belize. I'm trying to go to Dubai. I mean, this is going to stop.
I've seen a real story about what you're saying on TikTok, and she paid her child support too. The guy went to court real quick, y'all, to take the kids from her to be spiteful, right? Then he got mad, so they ordered her to pay child support, everything. She lost custody. She paid child support. So it was this one weekend. He was like literally crying on TikTok, like, "Oh, I'm so overwhelmed. I'm this, I'm that." And he tried to drop the kids off, but she had a trip booked. She was like, "Hold on, I paid my fucking child support. My trip is booked. You thought you was gonna hurt me? Have them. I'll see them next weekend." I'm like, yeah, y'all be careful with that shit.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. Switch it. If y'all switch it, I'm telling you, things will be haywire.
I can have multiple baby daddies too.
Everything will be switched.
I like a variety of men. You know, I just,
Oh no, you gonna pay what you owe now.
Yeah.
Same way them guys.
Hey, somebody said in the chat, if I had 10 kids and they got 10 baby daddies, I only paying $49 a week for them.
No, it's $49 per child, sis. Right? That's how we doing it, Mufasa.
That's $500 a week. I'll go ahead, have at it.
That's for 10 kids. That's for 10 kids. That's a win for me.
People like you, we are intentionally going to do the most with because y'all out here playing games. So you want to have 10 kids and then 10 different households, we taxing the hell out your ass. We giving you the max because why are you being reckless? See what I'm saying?
Yep.
We can have you working for free at the end of the day.
And do you think these guys will still be screwing on broke chicks?
No, I'm gonna get a business trust. Nothing's gonna be in my name, and I'm gonna go bankrupt.
You think they're gonna be screwing broke chicks, or will they become hypergamous?
I'm gonna file for bankruptcy.
Men will be hypergamous.
Oh, you seen it? Pumps in the Bump said that mama on TikTok made a response video too. Yeah, man, got to be careful. He took her to court for custody of them 3 kids and won, and thought he was really winning. That girl paying her child support and living her best life, taking trips. She was like, "All right, cool."
Mm-hmm.
And now he on the internet.
And that's gonna be me. That's gonna be me, Venice. Like, okay, how much is this going to be? Okay.
And guys think like that. They're like, "Oh, I just pay the child support." No. Ain't no child support. Your ass is getting these kids. She gonna pay the child support, and you gonna leave them kids. So guess what?
So I don't have to go to any more school meeting. I don't have to take the child to the doctor anymore. I don't have to pay for their medical insurance.
Well, no, yeah, you do. Me ain't gotta do that. You still on the kid paperwork and all of that. But see, like I said, I just know that women ain't gonna be so quick to walk out of the door without them kids too. You want to solve 80% of women leaving? See if 80% of them leave without them kids. I doubt they will.
He's saying this is going to keep families together. If we say men get full custody, the way how women are kind of defaulted, no, it's defaulted to men. So if you leave, sis, he still got custody. You're gonna have your privileges and everything, but he is the primary custodial parent.
And
But I
most
don't
women
want the
ain't giving that up.
privileges.
Well, that's the minority of women. See, most women they want control of them.
I just want to pay child support. I don't want to pay for medical insurance or anything. He's a primary custodian. I don't want to pay for that anymore.
That's what
no, that ain't how that go. Because see,
I
men
don't
on
want to
child
pay for
support
medical insurance anymore.
They gotta pay for medical insurance. I know guys on child support, they gotta pay that.
They don't have jobs.
Well, the ones that do have jobs gotta pay for it.
This is perfect for me because this is part of why I was scared to have kids. I want to be like a weekend dad. I don't want to be responsible every day.
You and Sherelle been talking. I told you and Sherelle, stop talking like this. Y'all just want to be like, look, can we have a kid and have a good father and just leave it over there? And I visit them on holidays. I'm like, no, you got to be a mom.
No, we don't want to be a mom. I just want to be a mom like on the weekends. I don't want to be a mom.
Y'all talking about, we'll pay the money. No.
I will pay the money.
Yeah, no. Nah. See,
that's why I like your plan. Like, if they
so now she's calling us bees in the chat. Can you block? Can somebody with a wrench time her out 86,000 her ass?
Hold on. Let's not give orders. Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Because we on Bracy channel, she gonna get the 86K.
Understood. White women get $500 a month. Slow ass B words. Who you talking to, Lady D? Because she just wrote before that, I have 4 children and I never seen a child support check. So I just want to make sure before I respond, the way I respond, that you're talking to us. Because
I might have jumped the gun.
Yeah, I just want to make. Who are you talking to? Calling us slow ass bitches? Just want to know.
Because bitch, you broke if you only get if you ain't getting no child support. Bitch, you a broke bitch.
I want to say, why didn't you get child support? Like, why? Is it you never asked for it, or he never gave you any?
Oh, she think we're talking seriously. Like we just having fun with the topic.
But think about how many black men would not leave their house when they know they got to take all them kids with.
What I'm gonna do? They gonna do what my brother used to do when I was little. All they do when they get them damn kids is take them to their sister house. They don't be doing anything.
Yeah.
Right.
And their sister gonna be like, Hey,
I'm gonna drop mine off at the YMCA.
Yeah,
when it's my weekend, they go to the YMCA.
And me and Sandy the better parents, right, Venus? Put their feet to the fire.
I'm gonna just say this before I go.
Because she looked just like me. She was so cute and so little. And it was one kid. But to Mufasa's point, you're not bringing 4 of them over here. I'm not doing it.
Yep. I know my sister will be like, nope. Turn around. Better go back home.
I gotta go make a run. So it was great. Venus, never give me a wrench because I would have been 86K'd her. So never give me a wrench, okay?
I gotta say something. She says, I don't care how broke a woman is, having children is the best blessing on earth. All I ever wanted was children. Girl, listen.
They eat noodles.
Lady D been a troll since Fight Club days.
I never I'm not familiar with her, but here's the thing. You have 4 kids with no support. What the fuck, bitch? Just because your dumbass thought it was a good idea to be a baby making factory and fucking breed kids into poverty one after the other after the fucking other. Don't be calling us out of our name because we decided, hey, maybe that's not what we want to do, bitch. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, she lucky.
What are their fucking what are their reading levels? Or do they fall into those statistics of people who can't read on their own fucking grade level? I wonder. Bitch, shut the fuck up.
Well, she should be telling us thank you because I'm a taxpayer and I can assume she's on some type of supplemental income. So you should be thanking me.
This the shit I don't like. How are you mad at other people who didn't want kids? Didn't nobody tell you not to have no kids? Nobody said nothing about your kids or what you decided to do, but you calling us out of our name because we don't want kids or we didn't have kids or we telling people to stop having so many kids that you don't have the time or the resources to invest in. How the fuck you mad at that? Maybe somebody should have told your dumb ass that. The fuck? Who the fuck gets up here bragging on the fact that the daddies ain't fucking support their kids? Oh, I got 4 kids and I ain't never get a child support check. Bitch, you proud of yourself?
Well, can she sell me one of the children if I could put it on my taxes? I give you some. I give you some back.
I would never be proud of myself if I had 4 kids and I cannot recall getting financial help from their fucking fathers. I would think I have a mental disorder and I can't keep my motherfucking legs closed. Let me just be quiet. I'd really.
I mean, they can have Jordans. They can have Jordans and Adidas and Nikes next year if you like. They don't got to go to Walmart anymore.
This is the problem with the Black community. I'm just gonna say it. Some of y'all really need to get y'all fucking priorities together. Even if you have 4 kids and you raise them in struggle, it is what it is. You should be teaching other women behind you a better way. You shouldn't be encouraging them to repeat the same fucking cycle of dysfunction. The fuck? This reminds me of that TikTok trend when the 21 with no kids and all the women were making their little TikTok trends and they was like putting all the ages like, oh, 31 with no kids, 32 with no kids, 30 with no kids. And the mothers, the single mothers, popped out the woodwork making all these hatred videos about these women when they didn't say anything insulting about you if you are a mom. No, none of that. They were just celebrating that they're not moms. And they be hurting these women to their fucking core.
Well, it's unfortunate you got to go through this, Venus.
No, I ain't going through shit. I'm chilling. It's a good conversation to have in all actuality. Like, I understand.
It's your show, it's your platform, and these are the type of people that try to get channels taken down and stuff like that. Some bullshit.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about that. YouTube don't pay my bills. That's for damn sure. It got down. I'll get another one. I'll be okay. But yeah, it's unfortunate. Like, I don't want to get into that. We will have a whole show on it because I think it's important. Because it's a lot of misunderstandings. When we speak like this, there's always some woman getting offended. What the fuck you offended for? Nobody's condemning you. Okay, you have your 4 children. You didn't get help. Whatever it is what it is. But you cannot be upset at women who are smart enough to look at that shit and go, no, thank you. I don't want that. You should be encouraging. You should be offering advice. Like, hey, don't make the mistakes I made. Why don't you do better? That's what you should be fucking doing. But you mad at other women who don't have 4 kids with no fucking help? Bitch, get real. So I don't care how broke I am. That's the fucking problem, bitch. I care how broke I am. Why don't you care about how broke you are? What just say? I don't care how broke a woman is. Having children is the best blessing on earth. All I ever wanted was children. There's nothing wrong with that if that's for you. But some of us do care about how broke we are. I don't think it's a flex to have 4 kids and the daddy ain't fucking helping you. I don't understand what you think you're bragging about. I don't understand why you would want that for other women. Because I know that shit is very difficult for you. I know it is. Why the fuck you want that for other people? And we know your kids can't have like nowhere near the best outcome if you're financially struggling to support 4 of them by your fucking self. So why would you be encouraging this shit? Why you not saying nothing in the chat no more? You was talking a lot of shit when you was getting ignored. Why you not telling us? You should be in the chat like, no, that's not true. They daddy support them. Where? You up here bragging about having 4 fucking kids and no fucking child support and no help. So I don't care how broke I am. That's the fucking problem. The mentality of a lot of you mothers, right? And I go the hardest for y'all. Why y'all timed her out? I didn't want her timed out. She might be saying something. I go the hardest for single mothers. I'm not a single mother. I go hard for single mothers all the time. But at the end of the fucking day, there's a reason some of y'all get the criticism y'all get. You sound fucking insane. Damn, why y'all time the girl out? Cause now I ain't gonna talk about it no more. Cause now it sounds like I'm just punching on her and she can't respond. Oh, they said she can chat now. So let's see if she chats. Somebody fixed it. April said, I have just one, and that was out of marriage. This woman has no help. That's crazy. You said you have one child, April? Yeah, but I know the kind of check you get. Not to count your pockets, but you drive the train in New York City. You ain't nowhere near broke. But I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, April. You got that good city job with that good city insurance and benefits. You ain't in her position and you got one child. Lady D said the children aren't the mistake, the niggas are. Lady D, you have 4 children by what you just wrote, meaning by more than one man. And you just said you have not ever received a child support check. Does that mean they never financially helped you at all? Because I don't want to assume, but when you said that, it sounds like you don't get no support from these men that you had these babies with. Which I don't want to shame you for. I want you to understand what I'm saying. You made whatever decisions you made, it is what it is. My question to you is why you're insulting me and insulting Cyber and calling us stupid bitches because we're telling women if you can't support these kids, maybe you should stop being so quick to pop them out. Why are we being called stupid bitches for saying that? Why are you encouraging people to have 4 fucking kids without by different men, but it sounded like you did, without financial support? Why, Lady D, why would that be something you want for other women? Why? They had plenty of love. So that tells me everything I need to know. I just asked you, did you get any financial support from these men? And your answer was they had plenty of love. So that's a no. So you popped out 4 kids by several different men who did not fucking help you, which is unfortunate, right? There's nothing nobody need to make fun of you about. But why are you mad at us telling other women not to fucking sign up for that? That's what I want to know. They should not sign up for that. I'm waiting for a response. This shit blowing my mind. Yeah, that mindset. You are, and she said, I guess I'm insane. You are insane. You are insane. Not because of your situation. It is what it is. But it's the fact that you're encouraging other women to repeat that cycle. Why? So when we get into the statistics about why some of the kids are not performing well in school, some of that has to do with the lack of father presence, right? Which you're promoting. To just have these kids with different niggas, don't matter if they don't help you, it's okay. That's what you're promoting. I don't understand this shit. This is fucking crazy. I'm gonna leave you alone because I really feel like you're a mom, you're raising kids. I don't want to stress you out. I understand it's a hard thing for women who are by themselves with no support to do. So I don't want to add to your stress, but you need to stop insulting women who are not promoting that shit you did. Like, I don't think that's a good message for women. If you want to have kids, I'm not stopping you. Do your thing. I wouldn't advise having 4 children by different men and you're not getting any financial support. That's just not a wise decision. Period. It's just not. April said plenty of love doesn't pay the bills. Plenty of love doesn't put food in their stomachs, clothes on their backs, and a roof over their head. Love doesn't get them health insurance. What the hell? I get it. She loves her kids. She's all about family. I understand her. I wouldn't promote that when you, out of all people here, No, I don't even know what it's like to raise 4 kids with no help, but you do. That's the fucked up part. You know how difficult that shit is. You know. But you want other black women to do it too. That's crazy. Oh, Mo Love says, love you, Venus. I love you too, sis. I love Mo Love. She's such a sweetheart. I wish you would have came up here. Would you talk? Would you come talk to me? I doubt it. But I'm gonna put the link. I wish you would come talk to me. Cause I just can't understand this type of mentality. Like, no. Okay, so I understand her. She's on some religious stuff, it seems like. She says, but you have a monthly period, whether you have children or not. You know why that happens? I know what your answer is. You're gonna say because our bodies are meant to produce children. I understand. I understand that position. I'm just saying. If you look at the current state of the black community, high imprisonment rates, low reading and math levels, um, not a lot of ownership. You guys don't have the foresight to understand. All of that shit matters. Like it matters. You can't just no. That's the problem, Mel. I feel like Cyber was right, and we really do need a show. Now we really do need a show about single moms, and I really hate to do it because I really go so hard for y'all. I almost probably won't. Cause listen, if this is the mentality, this is a fucking problem. It's a big problem. Clearly that mentality is not going. April said just because a woman has the capability to have children doesn't mean she should have children, especially if she doesn't want them. Nah, PJ, he says you got it, Venus. It will be a great show. Let me teach the men something that they don't understand about women. If I get into that conversation, there's going to be a group of women, no matter how politely or logically I say a thing, they're going to hate me for the rest of my life. I'm just, when it comes to mothers, you have to tread very lightly with that shit, especially because I'm not one. And because I understand that, I try to have respect for them because I know I can't walk in their shoes. I don't know how hard that shit is. So, with that being said, I probably won't even, I don't know. That's a lot. But yeah, that's something men need to understand about women. There's a certain shit that don't make sense. Lady D says it's very hard for me to believe that any woman who doesn't want children. Wait, it's very hard for me to believe that any woman doesn't want children unless they're trying to please the dudes. You know the funny thing about you, Lady D? I had men tell me the same thing. A man will say that to me. I find it very hard to believe women don't. My brother said that. When my brother said that, he said, I don't believe any woman who says she don't want children. So the male ego will have them not believing women when they say it, and you and your projection will have you not believing women when they say it. The thing you have in common with the male ego is both of you have the inability to see anything outside of your own perspective. So I know for you, Lady D, because you want children and you have the belief that our bodies are meant to produce kids, and that's the best. You said it's the best blessing ever. I believe you. There's nothing wrong with you feeling like that. The problem is you think the world, every woman feels like that. Every woman doesn't. I know it's hard for you to grasp, but we really don't. I think children are beautiful and amazing too. However, would I want to be in your situation? No, I would not. I'm just going to be honest. 4 kids and no support from men, I would be losing my fucking mind. Actually, the crazy thing is I'll probably be straight. I got enough brothers and shit, but that's beside the point. What Coffee say? Because I think he's right. He says they're gonna look at it. I saw it went somewhere. They're gonna look at it as like, yeah, it's even that. The more I talk, it just could be taken so wrong. Now, I don't know, Lady D. Those are your beliefs. I get it, but I will hope at the very least, since you have children, that you're stressing the importance to them about two-parent households and why that is important. I will hope you're at least doing that. Just saying. April said I have one and done. Cyber Dreams want to do the show. She on y'all ass. She said, let's do it. Yeah, I wonder. I wanna know if I could get some like single moms to come on the show. Can the women help me? Can y'all recruit? Can I wanna get some single moms on the show because every situation is different. But I particularly want the ones like her. I don't want ex-wives who did it right and now they nah. I want the women who just had like a bunch of kids with different people. I want to talk to them. What's up, Mo Love?
Hey, I just came up to show my support. You've been doing your thing with your lives.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Girl, I'm trying to get over this cold that's been going on for like 2 weeks. So is Lady D saying that being a single mom is like cool? That's what most people should aim for.
Well, it started because she said because we were given our prescription about like let the kid. We were making jokes, but long story short, we said something about. I said something like maybe one way we could start to fix the problem is y'all need to stop popping out fucking kids. If you don't have the resources and you don't have the time to consistently invest in them, maybe y'all should stop popping them out. And I guess that offended her, and so she called us stupid bitches and told us how she got. She said she got.
Dang.
Yeah, she was like, "We're done. We're stupid bitches." For that advice, we're stupid bitches, and she got 4 kids, and she never received a child support payment. And then I asked her, "Hey, did any man ever? Did the daddies help you?" She responded with, "They got a lot of love." So that means the niggas ain't help her. Okay.
Mm.
And then she up here, um, basically accusing us of lying, saying we are only saying that for men, which is weird because when we say it, men don't believe it either. So no, some people do not look at kids the way you do. But my issue with her is why are you cursing us out? Like, so you're trying to encourage people having 4 kids without any help from the men? Like, what is the alternative? That's what you got to be promoting.
Right. And I think that's a facade when people attempt to make it look like single motherhood is so easy and it's an ideal situation when in reality it's glamorizing the struggle, and there's no positivity in that. It's not easy taking care of a whole human, let alone 4, you know,
Because you
from
were married, right?
it's just tacky. I don't recommend it at all. And I wasn't married when I had my first, but I was with my second. Married or not, it's still difficult. So imagine with the spouse, the struggles that still come. And then to promote doing it alone, that's insane to me.
She want to know your show. I'm gonna drop her channel in the chat, Cyber Dream, so you could know. But go ahead, Boo. I'm sorry I cut you off.
No, I just think it's crazy to promote that. Now kudos to the single moms who are making it work, but it's not something to glamorize. That's a huge issue. We need our men, and then that's letting men off the hook too. They have a responsibility. It takes 2 to make a child. Coffee said, I think it's the quality of the woman. Yeah. Men value that, which is why she feels that some value women with no children, but it is okay to have children already, but it is your parenting. Mhm.
Well, thank you.
And
Thank
I
you.
think that's selfish. I think it's selfish. Um, we don't consider what the child lacks, when the other parent is not involved. It's one thing if you have to do it alone, but to just sit up and make it seem like it's okay, no. You're not thinking about what's in the best interest of that child. It's unfair.
She sounds self. Who she wrote? She said, I didn't want anything but children. You know what I could tell by that comment? She knew these niggas wasn't shit. She didn't care. She did not care. She's like, I want kids. He'll do. So why I'm calling her selfish? She didn't care about like her kids having a healthy dad, a consistent dad, um, more resources, more support, a balanced upbringing. You sound like you did not care. You're selfish. I didn't want anything
Sounds
but
like something is going on mentally and psychologically too. That's that's strange to me to not even consider what's in the best interest of the child. Now we know a lot of times relationships just end up not working. But for you to initiate a situation saying, "Oh, the only thing I care about is having kids,"
I don't
that,
think it's as
that is,
mental as you think, Mo. I've heard that in the community before, and I get it. You know what this comes from? And I hate to say it. I hate to.
mm-hmm.
It's
It comes
almost
from what?
knowing. It comes from knowing that men are gonna let you down. So if you approach the situation like I already, and I ain't gonna hold you, I had a lot of black women tell me this, a lot of them, and I mean even older ones too. They will say, just always expect to raise your kid by yourself. I don't care if you're married. I don't care what it is. So unfortunately, black women have been let down so much. They almost expect to be doing the shit alone. So I actually understand why she's saying that. I heard it before. So they
Yeah.
don't even look at like they're not even looking at him like no husband father in the first place because a lot of them ain't have no husband father in the first place. So it's kind of like I don't even care about him. I just want my kids. Oh, this is very normal. Actually, I'm starting to understand. That's a very normal thing in our culture. Believe it or not.
So basically, it's the way of protecting themselves emotionally. Like, if I expect nothing from a man, I can't be disappointed. But that's still toxic.
Facts. It's trauma based, but yeah, that's the mentality.
I don't get it.
Yo, you'll be surprised unless you bring it up. You might know some women who think like this. I started hearing this recently just because I work with women, so I'm around all age groups, all different cultures. Um, and I've heard an older woman tell me this shit recently. She's like, listen, you have your baby, you just automatically have to know, like, don't expect nothing from no man. I don't care if you're married, just don't.
Uh-huh.
Looking at all the women, like, and yup, all of them kind of end up doing that shit by themselves. It's a cultural norm.
I don't get it. Now I know my mom, like she always told us, if you get married, you're blessed. You know, if you have a man who's consistently there, present with the children, you know, be thankful for that. But keep in mind that man can walk away at any moment. Those are your children. She told us that, but she also provided balance. Like, okay, but be mindful of the type of men that you choose. Thankfully, you know, she's very humble. She said, your dad didn't walk out on me. You know, we've been married for 46 years, but that may not always be the case. So it's okay to bring awareness and know that a person can walk away. But when you are promoting, all I care about is the kids, the man doesn't matter. That's crazy. I don't get it.
I told you, I kind of understand it because then you look at women like me or Mufasa mentioned Sherelle. One could say that's a trauma based response too. Why do the women who don't want kids? Why don't they want kids? Why not?
Um, I think there are so many dynamics to that question. It could be fear based, in which I understand, and it's also wisdom in it. Being careful. There's nothing wrong with that.
My reason is absolutely trauma based. I seen enough niggas not take care of their kids. I seen enough women in my family, outside of my family, be completely abandoned and struggle and doing exactly what the fuck Lady D is doing. And I looked around and I said, hell no, don't want it. No, thank you.
Mhm.
Absolutely not.
Right, and there's wisdom in that too. You know, I mean, I get it. And a person can start out real strong and disappear. The inconsistencies can be just as painful as an absent father, too. You know.
And look at this shit. Lady D says the problem is black women don't raise men, husbands, or fathers. That's the problem with the black community. No, women It is not women's jobs to raise men, husbands, or fathers. Everything you just named requires a man, sweetheart. Why
We
are you,
can't raise men. We're
right?
women.
Why are you putting that on women? That's
Mhm.
for their father to do. Men create men. The husband being an example in the house while the kid is growing up is showing his son how to be a fucking husband. The father who's
Exactly.
being a father while his kid is watching, he's showing the kids how a father should be. That's not a woman's job. The fuck wrong with you? Why are you like putting that on women? That's what's wrong with the black community. Get the fuck out of here. No, it's not.
Is she trolling? She
No,
said,
she definitely
"You're not going to believe this. My children not one time asked about their." Dang, I gotta go back up.
their father.
Their father not once. Mm.
I do believe her for some weird reason. I don't know. But either way, what are you saying this to say what? You're not going to believe this. My children not one time asked about their father. Not once. And you, Lady D, you're bragging like that's okay.
Right. That's sad. It just it is. Mm.
I'm kind of confused.
Like it's something to be proud of, you know?
It is because to the woman who's in her ego and her
Hmm.
pride, it is something to be proud of because what she's essentially saying is I could do it all by myself. See, they didn't even ask about a daddy. They didn't need one because I would do everything by myself. That's her pride, so is what I'm seeing.
Mm.
Delusion, but pride. My oldest son is a police officer. All four have careers, but they are all married, all homeowners. Never promoted single motherhood. I'm the only one unmarried. Sounds good.
That's a blessing that they're successful, but that still doesn't take away from, you know,
I have a hard time believing all
some
four
of
of
the comments, right?
all four of nobody's kids are just always all married. And you mean to tell me you, the person who doesn't believe a man is even necessary, produce these kids who all just got married and successful? I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. I don't.
I
Straight up.
don't
Don't
either.
even-
I don't either. It sounds cute, child, but I
Yeah,
don't know.
she definitely lying. I'm sorry. She
It's a
said
lot of pride, like you said.
this is just weird because I respect single moms. I know
Hmm.
it is real. I've seen enough of it. I have enough of it around me. Um, so I never want to discredit them, but what I can't stand for is like don't promote people into being in turmoil. Like don't try to normalize
Hmm.
that are well, to be fair, this shit been normalized in the black community. So she's just it is what it is. Like that shit is normal, right? Baby mama culture, multiple baby daddies. She right on task.
That's the problem. At what point do you wake up and say, because we all make mistakes, but at some point you should wake up and say, this is a problem, you know? Pumps and a
I'm
buck.
it's the MC
Some
Hammer.
grown kids never ask about their fathers. Come on, 3-year olds ask about their fathers. Right.
Look at what she said. This is why I said it's normal in our culture. She said, when I was growing up, nobody had a father and nobody cared. That's insanity. You think nobody cared that they didn't have a father? You
That's
didn't, Lady D, you don't care that you didn't have a father?
I'm sorry. Like there were so many my brother's friends. Most of them didn't have a dad, and they looked to my dad for advice and just how to navigate the ropes of life growing up. So to say that they didn't care, that's a lie. These boys want positive male figures in their lives. And again, I find it hard to believe that they don't ask, where's my dad?
Because
I thought that was one of the most common questions.
Because this is natural comparisons we do as children, right? Even let's say I was raised in Lady D house, I'm a child. All I know is my mom and my siblings. Cool. But once I get to school, once I watch TV, I see these men picking up these kids. Oh, why don't I have one of those? Or I see these men on TV. Like, I don't believe her that 4 of these kids never asked about a daddy. Girl, stop lying. Stop lying.
But some people can be so deeply rooted in their trauma, to where they convince themselves that this is okay. I really don't care. And it's a lie.
You know how we know she cares? She called us bitches for simply stating that people should stop popping out kids they can't invest in and don't have the resources to take care of. She called us stupid bitches for saying it. So we know she cares.
Yeah.
Like how defensive they get says it all. You know what I'm saying? Because it was no direct insult on any single mother. It just was like, yo, one preventative measure we can do is to stop recklessly having babies. It's just common sense. Which, to be fair to Black women, they kind of have been because they're the pregnancy, the teenage, what is it? The teenage pregnancy rates, I believe, are down, like way down compared to what they used to be. Um, I actually think that MTV show did justice. Remember they used to have that.
Do you think that they're secretly going into, to have the babies deleted?
I don't think it's a secret because I think those numbers are pretty high. They definitely having deletions.
Mm-hmm.
Which is all crazy as hell. Reese said it's a lie, y'all. It could be all a lie or she really is delusional, but I get it. Sometimes to cope with your own reality, you gotta be a little delusional for real, or you will mentally lose it. I get it.
And then she said something about they're married, they're all simps. So being married makes you a simp.
Hmm. She says my sons are good men, all 3 simps. The fact that you think a good man means a simp is
I hate that. I think the word simp is used too much.
but we understand that
Wrong
as women.
context. Like if you defend women or if you are big on protecting them, they will identify you as a simp. That's crazy.
But the crazy thing is, as men, they weaponize that stuff against each other to whatever. When women fall for that is very telling. And this is a woman, no shade, but she's older. I can tell because
Mm-hmm.
her sons are grown, and the mentality. This is an older woman. I just could tell. So an older woman is sitting here calling a good man a simp. Could that kind of speak to why you might have chose the type of men you chose to have kids with? Because you think good men are simps?
Right. Coffee said, well, my love, there are some simps for real. Yes, I know what a simp is. Like a man that a woman can completely take advantage of. You know, he has no boundaries. He does not care about how he's being treated. He'll do anything to please her, no matter how he's walked over, disrespected. That's a simp. But what YouTube considers a simp is way off, in my opinion.
No, it's true. They kind of weaponize it. It's true. Like Coffee said, like mammy. Like you do anything wrong, you a mammy. It's true.
I don't been called so many mammies. I'm like, and I get confused with mammy. What is a mammy?
It's not good. I don't like that word because it's a slave term about the person who was being a mammy to the white slave owner
Mm-hmm.
kids and breastfeeding his kids, and it just I don't like it. Um
Mm-hmm.
Lady D said I never understood why people be crying because they don't have a father, and I would try to be sympathetic, but I thought they were nuts. I don't really know if she's trolling now or she's.
I have no clue.
Reese said if you can say hi to a woman, you a simp.
Right. That's crazy.
Oh my God, why you're here?
You gotta preach. They're lovers of men. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
You better not support a woman on YouTube. It's a problem.
Speaking of women on YouTube, you should tell the people who don't know you what you do at your channel. Let me drop it.
So I go live every Sunday night. I did it last night because I don't feel good, but my channel is inspiration based. Um, I tie Bible scripture into a lot of the shorts and the lives that I do, and I focus on mental health and just promoting uh, positivity. I try to create a safe space for people, like if they're going through something, if they may need prayer or advice, come to my channel
I
every
just
Sunday night, 10:30 Central Standard Time. I am normally late, but yeah, and I'm normally live for at least nothing under 5 or 6 hours. Sometimes I'll do the whole 12, depending on how the live is going. Cause I only go live once a week, so.
so you guys support my sister Mo. Here's her channel. I love her. She's such a
Well,
sweet
thank you so much, Venus, for letting me promote my channel.
girl. What? Of course. What you mean, my sister?
Girl, you be doing your thing. When you start talking about the what is it? Christian Nationalist and then the religion. I don't know why I get so emotional. Like I be in the chat like just frustrated. I'm like, why do people think because you believe in the scriptures that you are ignorant to the things that they have changed or manipulated when it comes to the scriptures? Like it's just I just be typing away and I get mad and I have to tune out, then I tune back in. Girl be a lot, but the lives are awesome. I know I
Oh,
watched the entire live last week. I was like, this is so good and it's so needed.
thank you. First of all, that was really sweet. I'm trying something new, and it's kind of just naturally going in the direction it's going. I'm just focusing on things I really find interesting, and religion is one of them, right? I love talking about that, so
Mm-hmm.
try to find creative ways to talk about it to where it's not completely boring people, you know. And now politics, I've never been into that, but it's like the more I learn, it's like sparking my interest. Like, oh my goodness, I didn't know all this stuff was going on. So I really don't know. I'm lately focusing on whatever sparks my interest, but I have been intentionally not trying to do too much DMP because it's like, all right, we heard enough of that crap.
Mm-hmm. What you're doing is working, girl. I think that's definitely your lane. Really bold, but like you said, it's good to switch it up.
Because here's the thing, it's a lot of stuff I be learning too. That's why I be asking like Freezy, can you come over here? Because I know somebody's gonna come up here and hit me with a question or something, and I know I'm not gonna have the answer. I know that.
Girl, I'm telling you, I always say Freezy is definitely a good go-to. He is very knowledgeable when it comes to the scriptures. Him and of course Bolo. They, I always say I'm not ashamed to say I'm still learning. I don't know. I'll have to research that more versus me acting like I know everything. I don't.
Right. So that's why I try when he's not to abuse him, but I try when he's available to ask me more recent. I wasn't really asking him before, but yeah, I learned when he's talking. Like he was saying some stuff the other day. I was sitting up here like, oh, okay, I didn't know that. And same with Josh. Again, we don't know what his agenda is, but I'm just gonna speak for me. I had no idea this stuff was this deep, like this political. I didn't know any of this,
Right.
so I just be like kind of sharing what I'm learning with y'all for real.
Uh-huh.
But I got
Yeah.
a funny show I want to do with Josh. Like whenever the next time he's free, that I think
Uh-huh.
I'm going to really find interesting.
Yeah, and Josh is honest. He's not gonna sugarcoat the truth.
Well, I ain't gonna call him on it. He the white man, Joshua. I know you
But
listening.
I'm saying, like, even the stuff he's saying, I'm like, duh, I know that, but some people don't. And I guess for some it may make more sense
Mm-hmm.
when he says it, but yeah. Man. So he was on your show yesterday, right?
Last 2 times.
Mm-hmm.
We're kind of working together right now because what I realized was like every time, well, when he's free and I could get him, because every time he does one of these shows with me, when I listen back to it, I have a whole bunch more questions. That's exactly what happened today. I'm like, oh my gosh, can we do a part 3? Because I got more questions, kind of thing.
Okay. Coffee, that's a different Josh. You're talking about Joshua. I think. Yeah, but I've never seen Josh on Gospel of Bob. Unless he just started. I thought that man was up out of here a few months ago.
Yeah, James need to explain to us why there's a fake ass death certificate.
I felt so sad because he used to come to my sister channel and hang out. I
I
was
was
like,
sad
oh my
too. I was
gosh.
like, did Josh really pass away? I gotta ask him about that.
And when I saw him, I was so disturbed. I was like, but he died 3 months ago. I didn't know what was going on.
No,
Oh, Reese. Is it Reese or Reese?
Reese, I think is Reese.
Reese. She said Josh just wants it needs attention.
It could really be that simple.
Mm.
Because you know the men who be in them long distance relationships, it's true. Like right now, he's in New York. His wife is in where he's at?
Aren't they in
Asia or
uh,
something.
Vietnam or something?
Yeah, she's Vietnamese. So sometimes it do be people just want some damn attention. I ain't
Yeah.
mad. I ain't mad. I get it. He got one of them jobs where he got to be away from his family a lot. You know.
Right. But that was weird.
We need answers on the death certificate, Joshua. I'm going to ask
Right.
next time he come. Like, why the fuck is there a whole fake death certificate floating around? Or what obituary? It was something. Coffee said.
That is crazy.
What is this a thing that they do in the manosphere? Like fake your death and then resurrect a
Yeah.
person.
That's crazy. But that's normal. He said now there's a conspiracy on CK saying he is not dead. That's crazy. He gotta be from the video I saw.
Oh, you saw it? I did not watch that, girl.
I didn't even mean to see it. They had it up on YouTube, and I'm thinking they're just gonna show him talking, and then how everybody was in a panic. They showed that bullet going in that man's neck, and I thought it was just the saddest thing. I was not trying to see it, but it was all over the internet.
Mo love, look what you done did. Do not wake up, cause this is my spirit animal. Big Mufasa. This is the only equal conspiracy theorist outside of myself in this.
Mhm.
You got him hopping out the clouds. Don't get him started. He'll have a whole investigation stream tomorrow about all the ways this is not it. Like, don't get Mufasa started, please. That's what he
What
did.
is he said about Josh?
Oh, I think he's talking about Charlie Kirk. But listen, either one.
Yeah, it's all weird. You never know.
Mufasa said he died. I thought
I did too.
I did too.
It so disturbs my mind. I'm like, I've laid you to rest in my mind, and then you pop back up.
Now I've laid you to rest. You had a little.
I
You had a little.
saw Josh, like I was like, what? I done seen the whole obituary, how he done passed, everything.
I see that obituary. Let me read it. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta find it. It's on my phone. Hold on, y'all. This is crazy.
I just felt so sad. I said, oh my gosh, she has a baby, a wife. And then voila, I popped back on your channel last week and I said, this can't be. I was saying, well, maybe this is another white man that sound like him.
Yo,
And
it
it-
says he died. at home due to complications from appendicitis on May 30th, 2025. Yo,
Wow.
not a whole story. Oh my God.
That is so creepy.
That
Like,
is creepy.
man, that's crazy. Mm. Yeah, I needed answers too because I wrote it in the chat last week. I said I thought he had passed, and then he just wrote in the chat. He was like, "Yeah," and he left it at that.
Listen, Joshua, we need answers, okay? We need some damn answers.
Please.
We got to do a show with Joshua about some BS.
Coffee said, "I would not want to fake my dad. That is very weird. People would be afraid of you." Yes.
We are afraid. Look, look, you know, woke up the conspiracists. He said, I told you, Venus, I need answers.
Exactly. Something ain't right.
Foster came up here like, you wasn't talking like this, and then you disappeared, and then you died, and then you came back, and now you on some other stuff.
Right. I mean, has he ever explained it or?
No, it's just a mystery. It's one of those things we kind of all accepted and we moved along. But I don't think I've gotten an explanation.
Man, that's crazy.
Foster said he wrote the dad talking crazy.
Yes. Coffee said a pastor did that in Atlanta called Reverend North, and he did it because he took off with all the money. Oh wait.
Wait, so faking your death is like the new thing? Like you just how you wake up dead?
I'm scared to play like that. I'm scared to play with my life like that. I don't know.
Me too. How did you wake up dead? That's what people.
That's crazy.
Oh man.
Are you going live tomorrow?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
I got a busy day. I'm hoping Wednesday evening I can.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna go live tomorrow since I did not do my show Sunday night.
Yes. What's wrong with you? What's the show gonna be about?
The title is Abram and Lot, the lessons of destiny, and then it says letting go in order to grow. You know, that story just talks about how sometimes you got to separate from the familiar to reap the blessings, and it's not always easy. It's hard to let go of what you love, or you know, the things that keep you comfortable. So yeah.
Oh my goodness, so true.
But when you release, like there's so many benefits in that. But a lot of times we don't. We want what we want. We're afraid to let go.
When you say release, right? Because people love to say release, just let it go, just heal. But what does that look like?
Release to me looks like surrender. Like, Lord, whatever your will is. It doesn't mean to like give up. It just means to let go of what may have looked right with you or in what you desire, and you start to say, God, whatever your will is, even if it makes me uncomfortable, even if it hurts, I surrender to you. I release everything to you.
Give myself away. Well, I just thought about that song.
Yes.
Gospel song. Oh, PJ said we just had a Bible study about that. Literally, the Bible study on Saturday was about surrendering to God and freezing. Interesting. You weren't even there, but you're on the same. That's crazy.
Wow. That's amazing. That's what y'all talked about for real?
Yeah. PJ not he went more. Yeah,
it was good.
It was about surrendering to God.
Mm-hmm.
And part of it was he brought up the scripture about leaning not on your own understanding.
Mm-hmm.
It was really good.
I know it was.
Oh my goodness, Lady D, just stop.
All the young black boys that have been murdered and you Negroes weeping over white races, but I'm sick of who's girl
Who
who's weeping?
was weeping over a white racist? Um, just the older young black boys that have been murdered. Lady Z, just stop being mad because you don't want.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, just stop.
I don't know how you got weeping over a white racist from what we were talking about, but
Because
okay.
you said I was sad, and I said me too. That doesn't mean
I
nothing.
just thought if you see that video, I mean the video is sad. It doesn't take away that I still believe he was a racist, but I'm not gonna celebrate anybody's
She's talking
passing.
about Josh.
Oh, well, I did think it was sad, and he ain't never been racist towards me. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know.
She just want to get her little lick back because she feels attacked, and you were attacked by me because your ass attacked me. It is what it is. Girl, you ain't got to shame me. If I did feel sad that somebody I used to speak to often passed away, that's my right. Feel how you want to feel about it.
Exactly. But I've seen Lady D in a few chats, and she's always upset. Always.
That's why I said she might be trolling. I don't know if she's.
I think so. Cyber said, "How can I fake my death and get the payout?" Her,
Cyber, stop,
okay.
okay? Cyber a little scammer. First, earlier, she was trying to get out of child support. Now she want insurance. Just stop, okay? Doing the most. I'm looking at some of your titles. The last show. When was your last show?
Not yesterday, but the Sunday before.
It was the dangers of moving without God, right?
Mm-hmm.
What was that about?
The dangers of moving without God. Just making decisions without seeking God first. Like, the word says, in all our ways, acknowledge him and he will direct our path. And I tied in, he will be a lamp unto thy feet, a light unto thy path. And I just made it more relatable. Like, just think about moments like when you're in a dark room with no direction or no light, you're bound to fall. And a lot of times we move based on how we feel. We make a lot of emotional decisions and we end up in deep regret later. So I'm learning, not that I always do it, because I still move sometimes based off of how I feel, but the more that I grow in God, I'm learning to seek him first so that I won't make some of those same mistakes or cause self-inflicted wounds. A lot of times we address the pain that we go through and we don't talk about how sometimes we cause it. So, yeah.
Oh, sometimes we cause it. You made me think of like one of my favorite scriptures: "Seek ye first the kingdom of God
Oh, yeah.
and His righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you." Matthew 6:33.
Absolutely.
I always
Mhm.
gotta be reminded of that scripture. Like, it's crazy.
That's
Like,
so good.
now in the process of trying to get out of um trying to get out of trying to do everything my way, my way, my way.
Uh-huh.
It's a very hard reconditioning that you have to mentally do. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But it's really not that simple. And so I have to be reminded of this scripture all the time. All the time. Oh my goodness.
Right. And sometimes it's difficult when it comes to, I would say, people. A lot of times it's hard to pray about certain things because it seems like when you pray about it, like God will take it away or things will start going left. I'm like, dang. But it's part of the plan.
Wait, what do you mean if you pray about things God will take away? What do you mean?
If you pray for God to show you something, or is this something that you have for me, God, or is this person or this career, is this in your will for me? And things may start to go left with that person or with that job if it's not.
Oh my goodness. You ever
And
pray?
I'd be so mad.
You know,
And
you know what I'm about to ask you? You ever pray about a man and that happened? You ever go like,
girl, what
oh,
quickly?
if he's for
Expectations
me and
of him.
everything go left?
I'd be so mad. I'd be like, dang, I really liked him. Like, then I just pray for you to show me if he's for me. Then there's the disconnect begins. But I guess it's better to know sooner than later, you know?
Oh, I find this funny. Whenever I pray for patience, I get hit with everything that would make me lose my patience.
I know.
Ah, and I lose them every time. It's like, oh man, please. Like I understand these are exercises put in front of me so that I can develop patience, but I be
Mhm.
losing that fight like 9 times out of 10.
Yes. It's
It's
a very interesting walk, and it's not always easy.
Hi, Artichoke Hearts. Where you been? Well, I'm happy to see. I've been seeing some people popping outside lately. I haven't seen in a while. I'm happy to see you.
I didn't hear you.
You didn't hear what I just said just now?
Mm-mm.
Oh, no, I was saying hi to Artichoke Hearts. And I was saying
Oh, okay.
that I was been seeing some people little by little that I haven't seen in a while popping back outside. I was just saying, I'm happy to see you. So, Luke, look, PJ giving Bible verses. He says, Luke 17:21, the kingdom of God is within you,
Mm.
in your midst. Mm, trying to find them. Sorry, you know there's different I'm just putting KJV. Like I'm looking at different
Oh, okay. Do you normally go through that one, or you?
yeah, I was just taught to read King James. So as a beginner I tend to try to just focus on that one. Because there were a couple of times I did compare with like certain new translations and it was a completely different message.
Mm-hmm.
See, the King James one says Luke 17:21, neither shall they say lo here or lo there, for behold, the kingdom of God is within you. Why'd you want me to look that up, PJ?
So is he asking for like the meaning behind it, or?
I doubt it. It's in response to something one of us said. Sure.
Oh, okay.
But no, I wanted you to talk about that because I don't know if somebody who's not familiar with you is listening. I just want them to kind of hear what you discuss.
Girl, you put me on the spot.
You did well.
I said you put me on the spot.
Stay ready so you ain't got to get ready. Okay.
Girl, period.
So, I mean, do you have anything else you want to say? If not, I'm going to sign off.
No, it's been a great live. I'm gonna go back and watch what I missed, and I will definitely tune into the next one. And thank you so much for having me. I love you. I'm so proud of you, and keep going.
I love you too, sis. And, uh, like, come up anytime. Like, there's nothing. I know you don't participate in certain conversations, but I appreciate
Okay.
supporting me and watching. You need anything, just let me know.
Okay, love you. I'm gonna drop.
Okay, bye, boo.
All right. Bye bye.
Artichoke Heart says, life has been crazy. Yeah, same, same. That's why I just started streaming back a few weeks ago because I feel the same. But we've been having some interesting shows. Mufasa, what is your next show gonna be about? Okay, that's what I was waiting for. PJ says it was because you mentioned Matthew 6:33. Seek ye first the kingdom of God, and Luke tells us that the kingdom of God is within us. I think that's really profound. Not precept upon precept. Somebody been studying, okay? Hold on. But anyway, I see you, PJ. Bye, lady D. See, that's why I feel like you was trolling. I don't know what you listen. You don't even seem like you mad no more. But all right, guys, I'm gonna catch y'all on Wednesday. Yes, hit the notification bell if you have not done so already, so you can catch the shows. And y'all have a good night. Bye.